We call this regular meeting for Wednesday, November 9th, 2022 to order at 5:56 p.m. Thank you all for joining this evening. It's always good to see a full room up here with enough audience participation too. And we've got a bunch of students out there too, so it's exciting to see all that. And we still have to get used to the time change. It's already dark out there and feels like 9 o'clock. With that, roll call, please, Marcella.
Director Bankus. Here. Director Daniels.
Present.
Director Jorgensen.
Here.
Director Loma.
Here.
Director Melpacum.
Here.
Director Nelson.
Here.
Director Ott.
Here.
Okay, we have full attendance today with all 7 board members participating in person. So moving on to the next item, please join the board in a moment of silence. Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Director Daniels, can you please make the motion to adopt the agenda?
Yes, thank you. I move that the Board of Education adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
I'd like
Director
to
Loma.
make a motion to add action items 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 to consent.
I need a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded, so there is a motion on the floor to revise the agenda as it has been presented and move action items 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 to consent. And there is a motion and a second. Do we need any discussion on this revised? Seeing no discussion,
Sorry.
Okay.
Just wait a second.
Hold on just a second.
I will not agree to this. I think there's information here that we need to discuss. I'm just looking really quick at what those items are. There's some contract awards, and correct me if I'm wrong here, if I'm looking at the wrong ones. There's contract awards that we need to go over. Just do our due diligence, basically. And then 5 and 6 are resolutions. So as long as those still get read, I'm okay with them going to consent, but I'm not sure if that's what happens.
Okay. Okay, but the motion is to move all of the 5 items, not just 2 items out there or 3 items.
Then I won't support this.
Okay. And it'll be the same with me. I'm not going to support it either. I think these are items that the public needs to know about and we need a discussion on it. This is coming as an action item for the first time, so, but with that, are there any further discussions on this before I call a roll call?
Yeah.
Yes.
And the only reason I brought it up, I've seen our interim chief operational officer, Chris Odom. She's probably done thousands of contracts, and over the last probably 20 years. And I don't think she's ever stolen anything or done anything wrong. So I would ask the board, I guess you guys don't trust her to do the work, because I trust her to do the work, and that's why she's hired. So that's my main concern. So with that, I'll just leave it go.
Can I respond to that? Just
Sure.
I don't
Director
think
Nelson?
I don't think it's appropriate to make allegations like that. That's not the purpose for discussing the contract awards. We fully trust our staff. It's that I know that it would be beneficial for the community to hear what we're doing and why we are allotting $7 million over the next 5 years. That's a lot of money, and so I think it's worth, even if it's a brief conversation, for the community to be informed of why this is needed.
So 5 minutes is enough? I mean, if you're really concerned, you're not gonna get nothing in 5 minutes. Nothing of any value. It's just a show so that you have an appearance, but you're not gonna get nothing in 5 minutes to dissect $7 million. It's just a show.
We'll take as long as is
Well,
needed.
but that's
I
still a
didn't
show.
say 5 minutes.
Okay, with that, any further comments or discussion? Director Ott?
Thank you. I appreciate Director Nelson's comments, and I believe that having them and the opportunity to discuss them allows for open government and transparency, and that's what many of us ran on when we ran for office, so let's do it.
Director Daniels.
Second.
There is no,
I know.
we have a motion. Okay.
No.
With that, seeing no further discussion, the motion on the floor is the motion on the floor right now is to move action items 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 to consent. We'll vote on that first, and then yes vote would move those action items to consent. Roll call, please, Marcella.
Director Bankus?
No.
Director Daniels?
Nay, no.
Director Jorgensen?
No.
Director Loma?
Yes.
Director Malpacum?
No.
Director Nelson?
No.
Director Ott?
No.
So the motion fails. We now return back to the original motion, which was that the board adopt the agenda as it was presented, which has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on that motion, the original motion? Seeing none, is there a, okay, seeing none, roll call please, Marcella.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The agenda is adopted as presented. Moving on to the next item, we have the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have a student from Doherty, Spencer Matulovich, senior Doherty High School drum major. Please join us and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Spencer. That was awesome. That was great. And it's good to see all the students back there, and I'm looking forward to whatever it is that they're going to be doing in a little while. It's the school spotlight next. Superintendent Gall, I will turn it over to you.
I'd like to introduce the award-winning, state-recognized Spartan Marching Band.
It's time to see this bittersweet earth, not for what it is, but for what it could become. create something that grows. We can do this together.
Okay, can I get the principal, Lana Flanagan, to come forward and present her school spotlight?
Well, I think we may as well stop the board meeting after that. I don't know how we can top that anymore. So.
Wait till next time.
Yeah, Principal
Lana,
Flanagan.
come on forward.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought.
All right, Sparta Spotlight. I was asked to speak on, to cover three different topics. Enrollment, what we're focusing on academically, and I'm used to the coach's voice, and what makes Sparta what it is. So let's just go with this. Our vision, I became official principal of Doherty High School last April. My vision is to make sure that Doherty becomes the premier high school, not only in D11, but all of Colorado Springs. And when we think about doing that, there are some action steps that we've got to take to be able to do that. First, we've got to increase enrollment. And we look at that twofold. We want to keep the kids that are geocoded to Doherty, and we want to make sure that they're coming here and they're coming to Doherty because they want to be at Doherty and that they've had experiences in their elementary schools and their middle schools that makes them want to be Spartans. We want to continue to grow the number of choice permit students that choose Doherty because of the programs that we offer, like our band. I'm just briefly going to run down some things that I think make Doherty a great place and a great choice for any parent that's looking to send their students to high school. We have an extensive AP program. We have 765 students enrolled in 21 AP classes, and we also have 195 students in 7 concurrent enrollment classes. We have the largest population of students taking CTE classes. We have 1,056 kids in 26 CTE classes, with 11 of those classes articulating to Pikes Peak State Community College. We have 38 clubs and activities so that students can find their niche beyond the classroom, that they have an opportunity to do the things that they enjoy beyond the classroom, in addition to 23 sports teams. We're also working on a lot of projects in our building right now to upgrade our campus and facilities. Later this month, we're going to be getting a new electronic marquee. In December, January, we're looking at new seating in our auditorium. We just recently installed a new field turf on our baseball field. And next spring, we will be installing, I believe, the new football turf and all-weather track. So these are all things that we're doing to improve our building so that we can recruit kids to come to Doherty and be a part of Sparta. As always, safety will always be a number one priority for us, as well as building relationships with kids. That, I think, is the cornerstone of what we do at Doherty, is we build relationships with students, we want to build relationships with parents, and we want to be better all the time at communication with both, and that's part of our one plan. So, moving on, in terms of academics, what have we been doing this year? Our approach to raising the rigor in classrooms is twofold. We are looking at, our goal is student engagement in all classes, all students engaged in all classes. And we've spent a lot of time working with the district in terms of Kagan structures. Last year, I had a team of 10 teachers that went to the original round of Kagan training. And those teachers came back this fall, and they shared their strategies and what they learned with our entire staff in August. We modeled that with our staff. We use it when we do professional development. We do the groups of 4. We do the different types of discussions so that everybody is involved in the discussions. So we're really working on that. We continued that into September. As well as providing every teacher in our building a Kagan Structure Toolkit, which provided the tools that they would need in the classroom to make sure that they can do this every day with all of their students. We've also been introducing the 6 phases of Best First Instruction. In September, with the help of the C&I team in the district, we provided an introduction to the 6 phases of Best First Instruction, and we asked our staff to incorporate plans of learning within our PLC planning, because we were rebooting our PLCs. We want to make sure that they're intentionally planning for students to learn. How are they going to spark curiosity? How are they going to invoke that learning, engage those inquisitive ideas, make sense of learning, practice and reflect, and then extend and apply it beyond the classroom. So those are all things that we're trying to do. We've incorporated as an accountability piece, teachers identifying what phase they want to focus on in their lessons when we're doing observations for evaluation. So we're doing that piece so that we know that we're doing this in classrooms and that we see it. We were thankful to have Education Insights come in and do some training with our staff on STAR Renaissance data. And so we had the opportunity to have them come in so teachers could understand how they could look at STAR Renaissance data, both at a student level, as a class level, and then so that we can do planning within our PLCs to approach that and to tackle the gaps that we have, because we do have gaps. I mean, let's be honest, we have gaps. And so I'm thankful to Education Insights for providing a team that came out to help us. And so those are the things that we're working on as a building to improve our enrollment and improve student achievement. But what I think makes Sparta Sparta, kids like that. So, pictures tell the story. We have several pictures up here. So the first slide has pictures of some academic celebrations. Every fall, once we get the list of our AP scholars in July, we create these yard signs, and my administrative team and some of our AP teachers, we go out to all of our students' house that became an AP scholar, and we introduce ourselves. We ask to put the yard sign in front of their yard so that they can see that that's a home of a Doherty Spartan AP scholar. And it's just our way of, giving a shout out to those kids. And a lot of them are already at college, but the parents love the signs. And I just think it's great. We just finished our academic awards. So we just celebrated all the students that gained academic letters from last year. And then we just inducted a few new students to our NHS. Sports. What we were celebrating just this past couple of weeks, our football team was 0-10 last year. And this year we were 7-3, and we were league champions, and we qualified for the playoffs. So we're making huge strides there. Our soccer team had a huge they came on at the end of the season and qualified for state for the second year in a row. So we're seeing great gains there. Our POM team went to a competition last night at Vista Ridge and won. And so we're seeing a lot of great success, and we're going into winter sports, and we're excited for that to continue. And today, we just watched 4 student athletes sign national letters of intent. So we're excited about that.
Lana, can you remind the board that they met one of those students 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, so Christian Drummond, who was here with Jakira Bowman and introduced Dee Medberry, he signed to play basketball at Colorado College here in Colorado Springs. So he was one of the 4. Spartan Legion Band. What can I say? I can't even follow that up. So they qualified for state. They finished 13th in state and had some of the highest scores that they've had since we went back in time of our marching band. And so we are seeing growth there, and the commitment that Mr. Sapienza and the performing arts teams has to going to our middle schools and recruiting kids has been awesome. Those kids could have had a day off last Saturday, and they chose to march in the Veterans Day Parade. And so I appreciate that. And along with that was our national, our Navy ROTC program. They too were in the Veterans Day Parade. And then they put on an amazing assembly today in our school. And on Friday, just to give you an example, we will do color guard presentations at Martinez Elementary, Texas Roadhouse for serving a lunch for veterans, Russell Middle School, and Jenkins Middle School. And they will do a complete Veterans Day presentation to Goodwill Corporation, Voyages Adult Care Services, and Liberty Heights Retirement Center. So they're going out to the community to thank veterans, and I appreciate that. They are award-winning. We recognized them last spring, and this year they're already off to the start. They won Best of the West competition down at Fountain Fort Carson about a month ago, and so they're doing amazing things. And that group, I mean, they never say no, and that's what I appreciate about them. Performing arts, we just finished up a full slate of concerts. We had orchestra concerts, choir concerts, band concerts, and then we had student-directed one-acts this last week. Amazing performances and kids just showing off their talent in so many different ways. And then our Career Tech Ed program, like I said, we have a huge amount of students in those programs. Award-winning auto program, they are, we have offerings in family consumer science, business and marketing, Project Lead the Way computer science, Project Lead the Way civil engineering, architectural drafting, automotive, journalism, and ACE. And we're starting a partnership later this month with Baxter Toyota with our auto program. So those kids are going to be going to Baxter Toyota and getting some hands-on experience. So we're super excited about that. Probably the thing that makes me proudest is the fact that our kids live We Before Me. A couple of these pictures are of our AP Bio students who worked with the Rocky Mountain Film Institute, or excuse me, the Rocky Mountain Field Institute to do a cleanup in Garden of the Gods. And so they went to do that. And then you can see a couple of our ROTC kids. I love the kid who's painting the little girl's fingernails. I mean, that's, he's a dad in training. That's awesome. But if any of the elementary schools ask and they need somebody for carnivals, for track days, for field days, for Read Across America, our kids go. Whether it's Link Crew, Student Council, ROTC, whatever they need, we're gonna get it to them because we want to make sure that, again, that those feeder schools know the high school that they should go to. And then Harvest of Love. We just had, last week we had the staff versus students basketball game. And you too can throw a pie in my face if you've got $350 to give to Harvest of Love. So, it was a great night. It's the first time, I've been at Doherty since 2002. We've been doing this game, I think, since 2007, and it was the first time the kids won. So maybe we're getting old. I don't know. Harvest of Love, it's the competition for care and share amongst the Colorado Springs High School. Doherty has won every year. It was founded at Doherty by Dennis Vigil in 1998. As of last year, we raised 982,858 pounds of food for Care and Share since 1998. Yes. Last year, we raised $50,154 for Care and Share through our Harvest of Love campaign, and our goal this year is $49,000. As of today, Doherty High School ranks as the number 10 donor overall for Care and Share. And I want to list the names because to me, it's impressive that a high school is number 10 because Number 1 is El Pomar. Number 2 is Empty Stocking. Number 3 is Daniel's Fund. Number 4 is Share Our Strength. Number 5 is Pikes Peak United Way. Number 6 is Cressig's Foundation. Number 7 is Helen K. and Arthur E. Johnson Foundation out of Denver. Number 8 is Feeding America. Number 9 is Gates Family Foundation. And number 10 is Doherty High School. So, what makes Doherty what it is? Sparta is we before me. So, questions? Do I have, I don't
Thank
know how
you.
this works, so.
That was awesome. Yeah, it was great to spotlight the marching band out there. And I want to call out a special thanks to Mr. Sapiens out there.
Absolutely.
He is the one that makes that band tick. And I've been in his classroom. I was there during the parent-teacher conferences and talking to him a little bit about his band. And I saw him out there with a stack of cards that he was handwriting one by one to all these students for participating in that. So I appreciated him doing that. It took energy and commitment and dedication for a teacher, and he's got all that. And I saw the band perform a couple of weeks back at the Air Force Academy Stadium, and they were amazing, and he was leading that group out there. So with that, Director Jorgensen.
Hey, good evening. 2003 graduate Doherty, so love that everything is still continuing the way it was, and even through leadership hands, you're still carrying that legacy. That's wonderful. I was impressed by your letter to parents mid-October with the cell phone and attendance issues, and how you saw the need early with, hey, we're having some red flags already in the year, and I want to address it, and I need support, and you went reaching out to the parents for that. Can you give me a quick recap on how that's going? Are you seeing the intended impacts, or do we need to do more, or how can we support you with that?
Our failure rate is getting better, our attendance rate is getting better. Students are not a fan of it.
Of course not.
But a lot of support from parents, and so I was very thankful for that. We continue to have support from parents on that, and I can tell you, observations that I'm doing, kids are significantly more engaged.
Good.
And so, we may not see academics improve like, exponentially this first quarter.
That wasn't the question.
But we're making.
You're doing it, yeah.
We're making improvements.
No, you identified the need and you saw it.
Yes.
So I remember visiting the school under last administration and just seeing all the kids sitting in the halls on their phones, and I'm like, where should these children be? like these young adults, where should they be? And so that's great. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes.
Director Bankus.
I also want to add my congratulations to the work that you and the staff are doing there at Doherty. So in the last couple of visits, I've been able to time it when seniors happen to have a free period. So I just go join a group of kids and plop down and say, hi, I am Sandra Bankus. I sit on the school board. What would you like me to know? Because, we sit up here and we try to make the best decisions possible. But what would you like us to know about Doherty? And with your cell phone change this year, I was mildly impressed that maybe one student out of the 3 groups I've talked to mentioned it without rancor, without disgust, without, whatever. It's just like, I think they could do better on that one. Oh, okay. But they're all talking to one another as they should be, interacting. They like Doherty. They all have plans. Either they have jobs that that they have now that keeps them I want to say occupied after school, but it seems like they're really putting time into their classes. They like their classes, they like their teachers, they like Doherty. Thank you, and thank you to the staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Director Daniels.
Thank you, Principal Flanagan. Thank you for all that you do for the band, the athletics, the students and their academic pursuits, along with all of the staff that rallies around. I'm grateful for the hard work. I know that it's hard. I'm watching it, and at the same token, you still show up. Mr. Sapienza, all of the work that he's put in for the season. I know Palmer has done the same thing. They have been striving as well to be right there with you guys in competition. The football, everybody is doing what they know to do, even checking me at the door for my ID to make sure I'm not just walking into the building aimlessly. And I just want to give you all as much accolades as I possibly can, because even though it may occur like you're not there for us, for the kids, for the community, you are. And all of the misunderstandings that happen in that, I know it's because more times than not, they're not seeing it. They're not seeing it. But if you spend time in our community, and I do mean the D11 community, you see it. And it's been there for years. So thank you all for what you do. Day in, day out, the kids are rallying around you. And I'm grateful that no matter what, you still show up. You still show up. And I'm grateful for that. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Daniels. Dr. Loma.
Can you speak to your current graduation rate and how you're adjusting the gap or attacking the gap?
So our current graduation rate is right around 86%. So I think our biggest thing that we're working on right now is credit recovery from COVID. And loss, not only was there lost learning, but there were lost credits.
Yeah. Do you know where you're at now, or were you last year?
That's what I'm saying. Last year's graduation rate was
I didn't hear the number.
86%.
And the gap, I'm talking about the gap between minorities, at-risk students, and.
I don't know that we
So
have a
we can get those
significant gap.
slides for follow-up, but they weren't included in the pre-read ahead. But
Well,
I'm
I'm
happy to
just, if
provide
I'm gonna
those.
have a spotlight, that's my main concern. Although I like football and I like the band, they were great.
Yeah.
But my spotlight is that. But anyway,
Yeah,
thank
and
you.
so, you know, we're trying to diversify the language of how we celebrate our schools. And so I'm trying to avoid every spotlight having to be specifically just about the achievement of an individual school. I think Principal Flanagan did a good job of acknowledging that there are still large gaps that exist in all of our high schools. And she is tackling it under the idea that every student be known and that as many students as possible be able to identify with an activity outside of the classroom to drive them back into the classroom. And so I'll be happy to have a one-on-one meeting on the actual achievement, but we're not prepared in this slide deck to have that conversation.
Okay.
One of the things maybe Principal Flanagan you can talk about is that Saturday academies that you guys have right now, where you, is that part of encouraging students to
So
close that gap?
That was an intervention we put in place about 4 years ago. We have Saturday academic enhancement. So any student that, for any reason, whether they were out sick for a couple weeks or they're just struggling, falling behind, have missing assignments, they can go to Saturday school. It's not punitive. It's not like the Breakfast Club that we all know. It's a choice to go. Teachers can recommend, parents can ask to go, students can just show up. There are teachers in all 4 cores. We have science teachers, math teachers, English teachers, social studies teachers there to help the kids get the work that they need to get done, completed. And once they've got that accomplished, then they're free to go, or they can work the whole 2.5 hours with extra teacher support in smaller group settings. So we've been doing that for the last 4 years. We try to do it twice a month, but now going into, near the end of the semester, we'll go till finals, with the exception of the Saturday before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, thank you. Seeing no further, thank you for again being here. I think Superintendent Gall has something for the marching band and, yeah. Oh, okay.
Just to acknowledge the awesome Spartan band. Awesome. Come on, you get that. Where's Spencer? Once again, we talked too long for the kids.
Well, let's be honest, a lot of them were going back to lip sync competition tonight. So, thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Sapienza. And you mentioned, I think you've been there for 4 years or so. Is that what you said?
This is year 4, yes.
Yeah, year 4. And you said every single year you have climbed up the ranking. So I certainly expect that you guys will be in the top 10 next year.
6 bands this year and almost 10 points better than last year.
Oh,
And the band also grew by 30 students.
yep. Great.
Lots of good stuff.
Yeah. Thank you. Moving on to public comments. So most of you are aware of the board protocol by now. I see some new faces here, so I will quickly go over the board protocol for public comments. Please be respectful of our speakers. Maintain the expected order and decorum in the boardroom. Communicate your thoughts in a professional manner. Each of you get 3 minutes to talk. Keep an eye on the clock that's out there, and complete your comments in 3 minutes. If you want to show support or solidarity for a speaker, please stand as the speaker is talking or use a silent applause. Lastly, the statements made by the public do not reflect the views of the board or the district. With that, the first one is a public comment by a student, Morgan Shuck. Is it Miss Morgan Shuck? Did I get your name right? Yes. Please come up here and introduce yourself. And which school do you attend?
I'm Morgan Shuck, and I go to Doherty High School.
Go ahead, and you get 3 minutes.
So I used to go to D20, and I have noticed since I've been here, I'm actually passing all my classes for like the first time in a long time. And I noticed that like the teachers actually care more, and like when you're in class, like they're more hands-on with you, and they show you more like what you're supposed to do. Because at D20, like if I had a question, it was like, oh, we'll go through the textbook or read the textbook and try and figure out yourself. Like they didn't really help you. And they're definitely more on like academic, like being on time, getting to your class, not being late, not being on your phone. And I kind of like it because like I'm in class and like more people interact with me then because they don't have everybody on their phones. And the teachers like make it to where we have to do group projects and like we actually have to like hang out with people. And I'm also getting involved in more like after school stuff and like going on like trips and stuff with the school because they had the Doherty Field Studies. And I went on it and we got to go to Utah and we got to go canyoneering, and that was like really fun. And D20 never really had anything like that.
Thank you. Are you done?
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, let me call your name.
Okay.
Are you the parent Okay. Yeah, come on over. I don't have your name. I don't know. We don't have any more students, but since you are with your daughter, you can come and speak.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Gohl. I want to start off by saying thank you guys for all your hard work that you guys have done in the last few months for all the students. This is the first time that I've seen my daughter actually excited for school and want to go. Before she switched over to D11, she was actually talking about wanting to drop out as soon as she could and get her GED because she was miserable, she hated it. And I have seen her do a complete 180 because of the teachers and all the hard work that everybody's putting in to get the kids more active in school. She's going to Doherty now. She, of course, at first when they came home and said that they couldn't have their phones, she wasn't too happy about it, but even after it started and everybody had to do it, she told me, she says, everybody's engaged more, we're learning more, we're wanting to learn more. My son is attending kindergarten, and the way that the teachers are at Scott Elementary have been phenomenal with him. He's got ADHD and he is a handful, but the teachers have all been great with him and have helped me, taught me things to work with him and to try with him to get him to focus more, and he is doing so much better. The staff always communicates and helps out. It's just been a really, really good experience. D20 was more focused on putting masks on our kids and dealing with furries and all the other things, and D11's not. It's about the kids' education and making sure that they're thriving and getting back into the swing of school and doing school instead of being at home on electronics. And so it's been a really, really good experience for us.
Thank you. For the record, can you introduce yourself? I don't think I caught your name.
Amanda Robinson.
Amanda Robinson. Thank you, Ms. Robinson.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to action items, Ms. Kelly Stroop.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Stroop, and I'm currently a teacher at Doherty High School and have taught in the district for 27 years. My family and I have deep connections to District 11. My husband and I graduated from Mitchell High School. My eldest daughter graduated from Palmer, and my youngest attends Doherty High School. I'm a member of CSEA because of my commitment to the quality of education in District 11, and because of CSEA, I have the right to participate in the creation of learning programs in the district. Teachers are invaluable in the process. We bring our expertise in the classroom to the discussion. The master agreement creates the pathway for administration and teachers to be creative and problem solve as partners, assuring the best education for our students. But history has proven that collaboration between teachers and administration is not guaranteed. Many times teachers have had to fight to have a voice in the process. But some examples of how teachers have generated ideas are we've suggested the addition of a free-floating FTE to each school. That school could apply the FTE as necessary. This idea was brought up in bargaining last year. Another example is that we have thought about time as an incentive, time to work together, time to plan, and not always is throwing money at a problem the right solution. Another example that came from teachers is TCT, or Teachers Coaching Teachers, which is a mentorship program. That program was proven to be effective, but unfortunately, they've lost FTE. Another example is that PLC, a proven program to help and impact learning, is in the master agreement because of CSEA. Discipline and substitute issues were addressed through tools creatively developed by CSEA. The requirement that schools plan ahead rather than being reactive to a problem came from teachers. Unfortunately, time and again, as a teacher in the district, I have seen pushback to teacher-driven ideas, and then ultimately, those ideas were implemented by administration only to have administration take credit for the ideas. We are professionals and expect to bring our expertise to the table. CSEA is 100% D11 staff. When CSEA is attacked, then teachers who are employed by the district are attacked. Because we teachers have proven our dedication and ideas, we are good and should be recognized as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stroop. Joe Schott.
Good evening, directors, superintendent. I'm Joe Schott, president of the Colorado Springs Education Association. Next week, America celebrates a century-long tradition of appreciation for public education, begun by the NEA, the National Education Association. And D11 will join in the recognition of our educators and their tireless dedication to students. What began as a promotion of how education was the way for improving the fortunes for veterans and society after World War I is now a celebration of how all our public education professionals, certified ESP, principals, assistant principals, commit themselves to supporting our children's development academically. But of course, the mission is larger and more noble than that. Public education cultivates our citizens, empowers them to shape a better world, and ideally, it inspires them to respect and value the strength of a society predicated on decency, truth, and justice. The Colorado Springs Education Association is proud to represent the professional rights and livelihood of teachers, special service providers, and other certified staff of District 11. When you have an occupation in which those licensed professionals earn only 71 cents on the private industry dollar, you witness what actual commitment to students looks like. Our teachers dedicate a career of diligent self-improvement to enabling learners to make their aspirations and plans real. Our community counts on those of us invested in public education to bring those hopes to life. Thank you.
Thank you. Nora Brown.
Hello, good evening, Superintendent Gall, President Malpacum, school board members. My name is Nora Brown, and I'm here tonight representing El Paso Council, PTA, Parent Teacher Association, to join you and our partners in the Colorado Department of Ed in recognizing November as Family and School Partnership and Education Month. Family and community engagement is key to PTA's mission, and for over 100 years, El Paso Council PTA has actively worked to empower families in our communities to work with our schools to improve transformative engagement, to raise the academic achievement, health, and safety of all students. National PTA has worked for over 30 years to define the 6 standards for family-school partnerships, and in collaboration with the U.S. Department of Ed, required them to be included in congressional public education acts. The 6 standards include creating a welcoming environment for all families, providing effective two-way communication, supporting student success, advocating for every student, sharing power in decision-making, and collaborating with the community. National PTA, as of last month, released updated standards and clarified goals and practices for family engagement that can be found on their website at pta.org. I've provided you each with a summary of the updated standards and emailed you a link to a full set of resources that are available. National PTA is also holding a virtual town hall on November 17th at 5 p.m. to present and discuss the updates. That information is also on their website. During this month for Family and School Partnership and Education, please share these resources and acquaint yourself with the indicators, best practices, policies, and specific actions that District 11 can take to recognize the importance of family engagement and improve student outcomes, including guidance to help partner with our increasingly diverse families. El Paso Council PTA is here to assist you in any way. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Jacqueline Roberson.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Roberson, Palmer teacher, D11 parent. I wanted to share with the community and our board about my incredible colleague, Mr. Nathaniel Lohman. Mr. Lohman is a passionate physics teacher. He regularly engages his students in inquiry labs involving fun and current probeware that integrates technology and math with real and accurate data. He is the sponsor of our Science Olympiad team and Science Research Club, where students are engaged in ways to perform real research with the ultimate goal of being involved in the Pikes Peak Regional Science Fair. He also sponsors our sophomore class, so he's heavily involved with our student council program. He oversees our ACE program, which is working with architects and contractors from around the area, mentoring students from across the district to develop architectural plans for a tourism hangar at the Colorado Springs Airport, landing some students in internship opportunities. He also oversees students in a quantum computing course sponsored by IBM, taught by teachers from around the world. He has founded the Palmer Science Foundation, which he envisions will bring opportunities with funding for students. He will host our first annual science night at Palmer with student clubs and community organizations in April of 2023. These things are outside of his normal classroom teaching duties. Mr. Lohman is always ready to find the next grant or opportunity for Palmer students. It's not a surprise to myself or my colleagues that Mr. Lohman was a finalist for the Mayor's Young Leader Award in Education this year. The city website claims this award to be for young leaders that are bold, innovative, difference makers, and unafraid to fail. In every way, Mr. Lohman represents these facets in our building and inspires Palmer students to strive for the same. His students said, "Mr. Lohman is very relatable. He's one of the teachers that you get along with immediately. Another student said, "I'm glad he teaches for us rather than choosing to do something else with physics because he's so smart." One of our IB female students said, "He makes daunting topics seem more realistic and boosts student confidence." And finally, another, "His excitement rubs off on students and helps them feel excited too." If someone can get someone feeling that way about physics, it's impressive. It is my hope today to fully congratulate Mr. Lohman alongside our community for his incredible achievement in being a finalist for the Mayor's Young Leader Award in Education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing about Mr. Lohman. Is Mr. Lohman in the audience?
He is not.
Okay, thank you. Convey our gratitude to him. Ms. Jackie Jaramillo? Yep. Please, hopefully I didn't get your name wrong.
I probably couldn't pronounce your name either.
Okay.
So it's,
we are even.
It's Jackie. It's Jackie Jaramillo.
Jaramillo.
Yes. Yes, I'm Jackie Jaramillo, and I'm the director of a local nonprofit in Colorado Springs called Centro de la Familia. And my organization provides mental health services, behavioral health services, and advocacy for the Spanish-speaking community. So many of our clients have children in District 11, and I want you to know that I'm very proud to be a product of District 11 myself. I'm a native of Colorado Springs, and I graduated from Palmer High School when I think it was called the City High School. And so I have 6 children who all went to District 11 schools, and now I have 12 grandchildren who are also in District 11 schools. So I am very engaged in District 11, and I know the schools very well. The reason I came before you tonight is because I'm really concerned about the fact that this board decided to end the effectiveness of the equity office of District 11. And the reason is that the families that I work with are sometimes they're immigrants. Some of them come from families that are undocumented, and they have children in our schools. And these kids are just so vulnerable. I'm going to do a presentation at Mitchell next in a couple of weeks to a class of 100 children who are in an ESL class. That's English as a second language. That means that they are Spanish speakers and they don't speak English, and they're having to learn English just to survive in the schools. Of all those kids, with many of those kids, their parents are students, are clients of my agency. They are dealing with cultural barriers, they're dealing with economic barriers, they're dealing with all kinds of issues just trying to integrate into this community. And they're hardworking people. And their children are hardworking children, and they don't have the support systems that they need in the schools. And I'm here to urge you to reconsider. I know that you made a promise that you would find a way to continue the work of the equity office without it being staffed. But I think that the teachers in the schools, they cannot provide all the support that these kids need. This system has got to add some supports for these kids. I want to tell you one last thing before I sit down, and that is by the year 2045, Latinos will be the largest population in the United States. But if we don't invest in their human capital now, we are going to see these negative statistics because we are at the bottom. Latinos are at the bottom of the rung in all of the areas in education and economics. And if we don't change that narrative by investing in
Your time is up,
youth,
please. Thank you.
we're out. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Naomi Lopez.
Good evening once again. I'm Naomi Lopez. I am an educator in the district, parent, and lots of things. So, in September, I came before the board with an ask from the community. I asked for the board to inform the community as to what measures and hopefully what plans were in place to continue diversity and equity oversight within each administrative body here in D11. This ask has not been, no one has responded to me. I asked for administration to contact me on my request form, but I haven't heard from anybody. So the community is here again today with this ask of district decision makers. At minimum, we ask that either there's a reinstatement of the DELT to work alongside administration on ensuring equity processes oversight, or possibly a creation of an equity accountability committee such as the SAC and DAC, so that we can work hand in hand with you guys to ensure that there's oversight with equity within our schools. We also ask that you can consider conferring with existing community organizations like the Latina Equity Foundation, the Black and Latino Alliance, et cetera. There's many of them in the city that have a focus on our communities. To develop a working rubric that each administrative department can use to ensure that there is a working checks and balance system in place in each department. So doing this will increase family and employee trust in the board and in superintendent leadership, which will directly increase commitment to our joint goals of increased enrollment, increased family and community partnerships, and increased academic achievement for all students. So I appreciate you listening to me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kathleen Brennan.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Brannon, a D11 community member and taxpayer of 35 plus years. While I'm speaking from the perspective of a community member tonight, I have also experienced D11 as a single parent, 2 Palmer graduates with honors, and as a veteran classroom teacher in D11. The past 2 school years, I have made concerted effort to attend board meetings and listen to both sides. I need to speak tonight because I believe that real damage is being done to our children and youth by the continued rhetoric and behavior of certain adults who espouse an agenda that rejects mutual respect, collaboration, diversity, inclusion, and equity. In this school district, can we at least agree that we want to empower our children and youth to be their best selves, to learn and achieve? Then why are members of this board spending so much negative energy to malign the very professionals, members of CSEA, who are working tirelessly in classrooms and schools to teach our students and close academic achievement gaps? One board member has gone so far as to target teachers, including retired teachers, in their homes. Director Loma sent church members to the private homes of D11 teachers to hand out anti-union material and pressure them into resigning from the union. In Section G of the Board of Education Policy Handbook, it states that an employee's home address and telephone number shall not be released to the general public. Teachers and other educational professionals have a voice in this district because of CSEA. Board members need to respect that voice. And my second topic is about equity and achievement. Teaching is a complex venture. Students have different starting points when they come to school. They learn at different rates and in different ways. Many experience the world through beautiful neurodiverse minds. Others have brilliant minds but struggle due to circumstances outside the classroom. And still others come to school with a diverse, rich cultural experience that doesn't fit the dominant school culture. Yet all discussions of achievement or lack of achievement go no further than to discuss the results of standardized tests. As a D11 community member, I need to know how equity is being addressed in our schools. Are you listening? Do you have a plan, board? Refocus on equity and make an intentional commitment to equity. Gains and achievement will be short-lived if equity is not addressed.
Stacey Adair. Ms. Stacey Adair.
Somebody did something good to this microphone. Okay. Thank you, board. My name is Stacy. I've been an ESL teacher for 17 years in D11. I completely agree that teachers should have a voice and a chance to collaborate. My question is, what about the teachers who can't afford or don't choose to pay $79 a month to be in the teachers union? That's close to half of our teachers. Where's the equity in the fact that we don't have a voice? I keep hearing that the teachers union needs to be respected, but nobody asked me what my opinion is. The union doesn't send out surveys to those teachers who don't belong to the union. $79 a month is a lot of money. I'm just wondering, does anyone else wonder, the teachers union made close to $1 million from D11 teachers last year. I'm just wondering if anybody else is like me and wondering where that money goes to. I'd like to add that all teachers matter, and of course, in the district, we see things that could be better, but all the ESL teachers, I know, we do the best we can for kids. We work before and after school. We do things for them. I used to run a fun club on my own time at Murray Hills Apartments. So there are teachers doing great things that have no voice in the union, and I'm just here to say that we all need to be heard, and we all matter. Thank you.
Thank you. John Sutton.
It's great to be here. Hi, I'm John, and I'm a taxpayer and a parent of D11. Thank you, board and superintendent. There's something that was flashed around that has a QR code. I don't know, did everyone get a chance to scan that QR code? It has, if you want to scan it, it's right here. It's hard to see on the screen. It says I'm here. And I'm here because of this. So I'm here because of that. Most teachers and most parents disagree with this union group agenda. Dr. Joe with the Teachers Union quoted Aristotle, so I'm going to quote him too. Whatever lies within our power to do lies within our power not to do. The union is not here to teach this stuff. Dr. Joe, this is a bad agenda, even if you represent it. Schools and teachers are not here to teach bad agendas. Dr. Joe also quoted John Adams. I'll quote another John Adams. Let us tenderly and kindly cherish, therefore, the means of knowledge. The resolution number 6 is good. It partners with parents. It says, when parents and families and schools collaborate effectively, students achieve higher levels of academic performance. I know that from experience. Parents, board, teachers need to work together. I know that English and math and scores are down. That's really, like you said, not the only thing we look at, but it is why we're here. Don't get sidetracked. Work on the education. Schools are here to teach English, math that are down. Teachers, whether union or not, are here to teach those things. And I'm glad, I wish I had read, because I support the teachers 100%. Wonderful school board here is here to focus on teaching the English and math. I'm here to support Reverend Al. In past meetings, he stood up to Joe and misdirected union agenda, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Union agenda, as you said, has been exposed. There's things in there I couldn't even understand. Maybe it should be taught, but not in schools. It has no place in the classroom. I agree with you. We should be focusing on children.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Mr. John Gustafson.
Hi, I'm John Gustafson, a D11 parent. This is our response to the social control initiatives flooding our schools. Why is the family the enemy? Why is the family so frightening? There's a single answer to these questions. It's because it defines us, because it's our identity, because everything that defines us is now an enemy for those who would like us to no longer have an identity and to simply be perfect consumer slaves. And so they attack national identity, they attack religious identity, they attack gender identity, they attack family identity. I can't define myself as a Christian, a man, or a father. No, I must be citizen X, gender X, parent 1, parent 2. I must be a number. Because when I'm only a number, when I no longer have an identity or roots, then I will be a perfect slave at the mercy of financial speculators, the perfect consumer. That's the reason why. That's why our movement inspires so much fear, because we do not want to be numbers. We will defend the value of the human being, every single human being, because each of us has a unique genetic code that is unrepeatable, and like it or not, that is sacred. We feel that programs like SEL, along with equity inclusivity programs, and whatever other marketable name the next iteration of these products is given, are attempts to standardize and corporatize the cognitive infrastructure of our young people, to turn them into consumer slaves. The reason for this mental standardization is to addict us to an economic philosophy that subverts capitalism. The window dressing these social development programs provide to make them palatable is the illusion of choice. You're free to choose the definitions of your life in the most hedonistic, the most sensually provocative and promiscuous, and the most biologically confounding ways, as long as you never question the orthodoxy of a philosophy that destroys the family, implodes our communities, and causes young people to question their biologic nature as it slowly eats away at our real freedoms. Freedom of travel, freedom of commerce, freedom of communication. Instead, we're given electronic facsimiles of those freedoms, while little by little, programs like SEL chip away at the validity of actual civil rights and their inherent freedoms in the minds of our children. And for the record, this problem is no single person's fault. All of the people within our institutions, especially our teachers, are great. We refuse to consider anybody in any other way. We refuse to become divided against our neighbors and fellow community members. We refuse to capitulate to divisive tactics. They are us, and we are not the enemy. There is no enemy excepting those who would seek to divide us. And so we resist. We do not hate, but we resist. And because economically we're capitalists and spiritually we're lovers of freedom, we are tired of watching as the American project gets subverted right before our eyes by legislation and social control programs.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Deb Gray. Did I get your last name right? Gray. Deb Gray. Ms. Gray. Okay. I think that's the end of citizen comments, public comments. So thank you all for coming here, the public that I'm talking about who shared their comments with us. If you indicated here, checked your box, and I see 2 of them checked the box asking for a district administration to contact you, someone from administration will follow up and contact you. Thank you again for your feedback. It helps us better do our work. With that, we move on to special reports. And first on special reports is board member reports. And I look to my board colleagues, any board member reports. Who wants to go first? Director Bankus.
Thank you, and thank you for letting me go first, because I really want to highlight and spotlight Doherty High School one more time. Director Jorgensen, Mel Packham, and I all had the opportunity to attend the Veterans Day ceremony and recognition for our veterans. It was such an outstanding opportunity. In front of 1,800 students and over 100 Navy junior ROTC cadets and rows of veterans, it was wonderful to see the outpouring of appreciation, enthusiasm, and recognition for the dedication, the commitment, and the opportunity to serve our country. having heard the President's own band and having watched the Marine Corps silent drill team, I can say from a personal point of view that the students today did us proud. Honoring our vets by piping them into the ceremony. If you know anything about Navy, you get piped in, and the young men who happen to be in the leadership positions and doing the narration spoke clearly, spoke with conviction, spoke with leadership characteristics that make me proud, and I hope it makes all of you proud as well. Each veteran was introduced by name. Some of them are staff members there at Doherty. Students, excuse me, they're high school, they're not children. I think I would be remiss to mislabel them. So the students who are attending, the 1,800 students who are in attendance in the auditorium, it's true, to my observation, the phone restriction is working, because as I scanned those 1,800 kids, nary a phone did I see. Well, maybe one or three, but not many, considering how many were in the room. The choir raised its voice to recognize the foundation of our country, and students were asked to stand as members of the military families, and I have a military family. And there are times, and as we talk about equity, we talk about meeting the needs of our kids, there are all kinds of needs of our kids that we in schools are responsible and take on as our duty and our responsibility to fulfill. So the kids who stood, and there were so many of them, they also have their needs and wants as they transition from one base to the next, from one school to the next, for having to meet new students, parents having to make decisions on whether they're going to be allowed to finish out their senior year when that next PCS assignment comes. I want to recognize that we are sensitive to trying to take care of all of the needs, and yet public school opens our doors, and we are responsible for teaching reading and writing and math and critical thinking and how to be kind to one another. No matter what color you are, no matter what age you are. And when I listen to the kids, and I've said that earlier in my comments, when I sit and I listen to kids and they say, one of them told me today that she did not do well in geometry. So her schedule allows for her to recover those credits during the school year, which means that they have devised a schedule that allows for opportunities for individual students to get their needs met, to get their academic needs met, to also hang on to their jobs so that they can provide for themselves and maybe someone in the family. We ask an awful lot of our teachers. We ask an awful lot of our staffs, our principals. And as I attended the SAC meeting and the PTA meeting last night at an elementary school, the dedication of the folks who put their time and energy to create that sense of community cannot go unrecognized, cannot be underappreciated. It is appreciated. And everyone in this room, no matter how we feel, am I going on too long?
You are fine.
Everyone in this room, no matter how you feel on any particular issue, we're all here for the same purpose, and that same purpose is to encourage one another and to do right by our kids. Being a kid, especially in the middle school and the high school years, are challenging times. And we as responsible adults have that responsibility to say, we're going to set some boundaries, we're going to set some guidelines, you're going to make mistakes. Better to make them at this age when you have caring adults who are part of your community and your caring circle, so that we can guide you to making better decisions as you mature. And I also have to compliment the Doherty kids that I talked to my last two visits. When I've asked a couple of questions, they say, oh, well, we're too mature for that. I love hearing it, 17 and 18-year-olds, and they're too mature. I love it because they know who they are, they know what they want, they know what they stand for. But that doesn't mean that they have the self-confidence without us backing them. And we need to give them, in my estimation, one of the reasons I ran for the board, we need to give them the resilience and the self-confidence to know who they are and to know that there are adults in their world who will stand up for them and with them. I have one more about PTA. And again, it's through the PTA, and it's a PTA and family engagement time to recognize the impact that our PTAs, and I know there are other organizations as well, PTA and PTO, and I don't know the others, who come to school and come up with these wonderfully creative ideas on how it is that we can draw that community together to make sure that we are giving our parents an opportunity to participate in a way that they also feel comfortable and feel joyful about. And I would like to see more joy. If you weren't smiling when that band came through, we need to talk, because I can give you a pep talk. We need to figure out how to find joy in each and every day that we come to school, that we meet with our teaching partners, and that we want the same things for our kids, and that's to raise healthy, well-prepared, thank you, well-prepared kids who can face the world knowing that they have self-confidence, that they have grit, and I heard that at the meeting yesterday, that they have grit, and that there are caring adults in their life. And not everybody's going to like them. Not every boss is going to think they're wonderful. But that's why we prepare them for what comes after they leave school. So, thank you.
Thank you, Director Bankus. I'm not keeping time up here. I expect board members to regulate themselves. I'm certainly not keeping time. Some may. Thank you for talking about the Veterans Day Parade. That was inspiring, emotional, touching out there, watching how those students and the video that they played on the screen, recognizing our veterans out there. And just to add on to that, there are several more Veterans Day events throughout the week at several of our schools. So if you are a veteran, please find a neighborhood school to go to where you will get recognized. Director Nelson.
Today, under action item, we will be voting to approve the transfer of ESSER funds towards specific projects. When it became apparent that supply chain and construction timelines would impact the required spending timeframe of $14.7 million of ESSER monies, administration recommended shifting the funding to more timely projects. So that's not to say that the Palmer HVAC issues have been neglected. They have not. The board approved $1 million to go towards alternative HVAC solutions for Palmer, as well as other schools, until a more permanent solution can be completed. During the Fund Balance Task Force discussions, the team took a look at requests and determined what would be ESSER eligible and what could come out of Fund Balance. The board gave guidance that improving academic outcomes and enrollment were to be a priority in utilizing these funds. Equity defined as fair and just or meeting individual needs is happening in District 11. I want to highlight a few of the items as it shows that this board is committed to meeting individual needs and providing supports. So this is what we're approving tonight. We are adding tutoring services for our students that need it, 3 additional days of professional development for new District 11 staff, coaching opportunities for new principals, additional preschool classrooms for families on wait lists, funding to provide wraparound services for 5 priority schools in each region of the city, incentives to attract staff to Mitchell High School, which I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, as of October had 16 teacher vacancies. Maybe it was 18. Don't quote me. I meant to follow up before giving this and I forgot. Apologies. And then we're also increasing cybersecurity across the district, which impacts all of us. We as a board want to support our struggling schools. But it is a balance. We want to make sure that we are meeting the needs of all our schools, not just the ones that are in dire need, but paying attention to all of them. We are committed to meeting the needs of all students and staff. So if you have a need, let us, administration, or your school know. We want to partner with you in making the students in D11 successful. If there are specific things that you can think of that would help improve District 11, please, we want to hear these ideas and help us know how we can be better. So thank you all for being here tonight, for watching online. Appreciate the time and energy it takes to participate in all of this. Thank you.
Director Ott.
Thank you. I'm going to time myself because I appreciate your attention to time, Secretary Bankus. Our board manual does say that we'll take about 3 minutes per director, and some of us have a tendency to chat, and it goes on much longer than that. So, I was able to attend a couple of plays last week, and I'm going to give you all the list. So if you like theater, you want to write these down, or come back and visit them. Check out websites for some of our schools. Swigert did a little musical this last week, and it was very cute. It was Matilda, but the junior version. I finally figured out what the junior was. It was a shorter play. That was at Swigert, and then some of us might have caught the one-act plays. I know there's a proud parent in the audience over at Doherty, and one was a comedy, and one was a serious drama that was really quite emotionally powerful. Coming up, we have North doing a show tonight, I believe, and tomorrow, 6 p.m., and that's the one they shared information with us on the school board called Homeschooled. So that should be pretty cute. It's about parents taking over when teachers aren't able to be in the classroom. And let's see, we have Mitchell, Coronado, and Palmer performing this week. Mitchell is doing Clash of Cliques. It's a musical. They're very proud that it's the only musical being done at a high school this fall. Coronado is doing A Christmas Carol. Palmer is doing The Nerd. And next week is performance with Galileo doing Alice in Wonderland, and Mann Middle School has The Murderous Mansion of Mr. Uno. So I'm thinking, I don't know if that'll be appropriate for small children or not, because Murderous Mansion sounds kind of scary. But anyway, all of those things are happening in our schools coming up this week and next. Check school websites for more information. There are small fees at many of these schools so that they can help cover expenses. Also, I just want to mention it is a week of instructional materials and secondary courses approval review. You'll hear about that tonight. But if folks are interested in giving feedback, that window is open, I believe it's 8 to 4 through Friday. Thanks. 2 minutes, 20 seconds. I'm counting.
Thank you. I appreciate you keeping time, Director Art. Director Daniel, Director Bankus.
I just want to follow up on Swigert. I also attended, and I wanted to share with you that that is the first time that they have presented a play in the evening in 8 years. And I want to give a shout out to Swigert. I want to give a shout out to Mitchell, because Mitchell Drama Club, drama program cooperated with the middle school, their feeder middle school, so that they can make it a wonderful production. Thank you.
Director Daniels.
Thank you. I wanted to first thank you, Director Art, for being so thorough on that. That was a couple of my items, so I appreciate that, and definitely want to encourage the community to support the students and their programs and their arts and the fundraising. We're going into fall sports, so they're going to need a lot of support as well. Also wanted to say thank you to Superintendent Gall for your town hall meeting. I appreciate having that opportunity with the community so everyone can hear what we're up to, what we're doing. Newsletters are sent out every quarter, I believe, with President Malpacum. In addition to, please review the instructional material so that you can see we're not hiding anything. We're not trying to pass anything by you. It's out there, and it always is. Also wanted to just say thank you. We're in the Thanksgiving season. There's a lot wrapped around that. However, personally, I wanted to take the time and say thank you for all that you offer our district. I know that there are families that have been here for like 20 years, and they are supporting their students and have been from day one. And I don't see them often, but when I see them, they're engaged, they're doing great things. I'm grateful for you showing up and giving a voice to our schools, our family engagement, as well as our community. There's no way we can do this without you. No way. And I'm not really sure how much that is understood. But at the same token, Thanksgiving, right? Probably won't have an opportunity to say this because of a work session next week, and then we're off for the holidays. We have to be thankful. It's the goodness that gives us the reason for why we're here. So be merry, be great, with your families, be safe, take care of yourselves, do what's best for your health as well as your well-being, your mental well-being as well. It's heavy at times, but I have to remain thankful, even in the struggle.
Thank you, Director Daniels. That's a wonderful message, attitude of gratitude at this time of the season. Thank you for sharing that message. Director Loma.
I was going to sing a song, an old song. Why is everybody always picking on me? You ever heard that? Charlie Brown, he's a clown. I just want to say to the teachers, I was one who fought for your raises and bonuses. I think it was probably the first time me and Director Ott really agreed with each other, right? I just want to say that. And then in regards to equity, I believe in equality, and there's a difference. Fundamentally, equity requires equal outcomes. Equality requires equal opportunity. And there's a big difference, because if you look to outcomes, then whatever you have to do to make sure that everyone has the same outcome, you do. That means if you make it harder for an Asian to enter college, you do that. Or if you make it easier for a native like myself to get a higher score, you do so, because you're focused on equal outcomes. Equality means that we get equal opportunity. Whatever any race gets, we all get. And being a veteran, and being highly discriminated against when I was a young boy, we had to hide our Native American heritage because we would be discriminated against. So I fought through that. My dad fought through that. He actually hid it for years. But we came to a point where our opportunities were given to us in this great country. I joined the Army, and I made a vow that I would die for it, because I believed in the experiment that our founding fathers did so long ago. And when the first time I heard equity was by a professor friend of mine. We were all going to college, trying to get our postgraduate degrees and act like a real smart. The first time I heard the term equity was a university term back in the 1990s. And it was derived out of the Communist Manifesto, and they knew they couldn't say communism, so they began to try to find a new term, a better term, so that it would be more palatable to the undereducated or uneducated. So they came with equity, sounded good. And it never took any root until recently. Again, they were trying this, and it's been all through the universities for 20, 25, 30 years. It's a long time. It's just hitting the populace now. And you know, I'm a proponent of equality. You look at the 14th Amendment, that says a lot to us, and it figures prominently in the case of Brown versus the Board of Education. Different things that ensure that we obtain our freedoms and our protections, along with the Civil Rights Act that Lyndon B. Johnson wrote, which was a great act, and it also ensured our equal opportunities. Now, was it perfect at the beginning? No, but it had to work its way through, and I am confident that we are no longer in a racist country. We have racists, but we're not in a racist country. If we are a racist country, then we're a stupid country, because how in the world did we get a black president, several black attorney generals, and Hispanics on the Supreme Court and blacks on the Supreme Court? So if we are racist, we're probably the stupidest racist country in the world. And that's being very facetious. We're not. There are racists in our country, but we're not a racist country. Again, so I'm confident that D11 provides all the equality that any person would need to become anything they desire to become if they work hard at it. And so the need for an equity department to me, it's just a disguise to bring in a social experiment into a school when we need to focus on math, reading, the sciences, education, not a social construct. A great philosopher, one of my favorites, and it's kind of strange, because he was a Muslim, it was Malcolm X. Malcolm X was a great man, very smart guy. And he said this, and I'm saying this because I was accused of something today, and it just struck me. He said this, the conservative will fight for what they believe and fight hard. I'm paraphrasing. And he said, but the liberal will lie to get what they want. A woman came up to me here and told a bold-faced lie that I sent somebody from my church. I would never do that. I would never dare to do that. So she either lied or was misinformed or sent up here by somebody to repeat a lie. It's the same type of lie that was said here earlier, that the premise, this lie is the premise that we need an equity department. And so I'm sitting here and I go, man, Malcolm, you were right, because they're doing it right in front of my eyes. So I would tell you this, tell the public, I have never sent anybody to anybody's house with flyers, because I don't do that. If I send them to your house with flyers, it'll probably be to invite you to my church and ask you to accept Jesus Christ as Lord. But I am not going to come against the union like that. That is a bold-faced lie.
Thank you, Director Luma. Director Jurgensen.
Sorry, I'm a little under the weather. It's kind of going through the family. First off, thank you to my board for the work you got done 2 weeks ago in my absence. I appreciate that. Also wanted to clarify some remarks from the work session on the teacher evaluation discussion. And my comments might have come across a bit uncouth, and that was not my intent. We are working with the system that we have and the best that we have to do with right now. I know that the work that we're doing is going to make that system better. And I know that the efforts that we are putting in place with the admin and our teams and our initiatives are going to give teachers a system that's going to be better than what they have right now, that's going to give them a better relationship with their principals, and that's going to give them a more effective tool for rating themselves on how they're impacting their students in their classroom. And so anything other than that was misconstrued and not taken in the intent that I wanted it to be delivered. So as far as the other comments go, I would love to chat with anybody who wants to know about my teaching experience. I'd be happy to sit down with you and let you know all that I had in D2 as I taught for 10 years there and went through pay for performance, stipends, longevity bonuses. You want to know anything about that, I'm happy to chat with you about it and inform you from my experience. So I welcome that at any time. So thank you very much. Lastly, I'll just say I'm looking forward to the Lantern Night at Trailblazer on Friday, and then a play. I think I'll be there with Director Ott, and then I think Coronado's orchestra concert on Monday night. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, I will end this part of the board members' report with my comments. So I'll start with my visit to Steele Elementary. I had an opportunity. Steele is one of the schools that I've been assigned to visit this year, and it's part of the board commitment to visit elementary schools, and Steele is one of my schools. So I want to thank the PTA, first of all, for inviting me for several events, including the PTA morning meeting yesterday, and I spent about 2.5 hours talking and engaging with the parents out there, and I see one of the parents in the audience today, Ms. Harris, so thank you for joining us today. Very active and engaged PTA at Steele Elementary. They put together wonderful events for the community to bring them together. They had an outdoor movie and food trucks out there, and they had a Monster Mash dance night out there, along with a winter clothing drive. I want to give a special shout out to Ms. Ali K, Elizabeth Harris, Jessica Gillem, and Rachel Sullivan, I think. And there are several more, but these are the most active parents out there. Thank you for being engaged in our community and providing these opportunities as our schools are coming to some semblance of normalcy, some semblance of normalcy after the past couple of years of isolation and social distancing, it's wonderful to see our parents use our schools as community hubs and engage, and our students are also benefiting from that. And the takeaways from my visit, Ms. Harris particularly was strong with me on this, and she said that community is supportive of a future bond effort, and they strongly encouraged the board to consider that at some point in time. It was also communicated to me that the previous bond, which happened last year, that was not communicated adequately in a transparent way to the community. So their feedback was that if we go with a future bond, that we are open, transparent, and let the community know what they're going to be spending the money on. Central admin support, they recognized that, including the principal, Mr. Cap, recognized that things were different, and I asked him, and he shared several details with the parents out there that how the support is noticeable and different than what it has been over the past year, noticeable to make a difference in the school operations on a day-to-day basis. The community appreciated the board communication that goes out on a regular basis. They appreciated the board's desire for visiting schools and the superintendent's desire to be in our schools and our budget work. But they rounded that up also by sharing with me that sometimes we are targeting more the priority improvement and the turnaround schools. Steele asked me specifically, and what was communicated is, don't forget us. We also need support out here, and when more and more money is being diverted to other schools, and we are being asked to do less and less with lesser number of teachers, lesser number of support staff, they wanted to make sure that they have some support in terms of after-school enrichment programs, which they don't have. Combo classes was something that this is something that I will provide as a feedback to Superintendent Gall. They have a combo class out there, and the community feedback was that combo class is not maybe effective. What I'm talking about is a 4th and a 5th grade combo class. Maybe at some point in time when Superintendent Gall, you're looking at the next year's budget, you got to look and see if this is an effective way of addressing our student learning. And the e-learning days, which Superintendent Gall, you sent out a communication piece, they wanted to make sure that that community feedback is sought at the end of the year to see how it worked out. Scenes from Sparta, already so many people have talked about this. I was there at the state competition out there. Those kids were having fun, and you could see that today when they were out here having fun. In between that group out there, you would see a face standing tall up there, and that's Mr. Sapienza. He was encouraging them, exhorting them to go and perform, and they represented School District 11 amazingly well in front of the entire state out there. So I thank them. And then I was there at the play too, as several other board directors have attended several plays. These kids were amazing. I want to give a special shout out to Mr. Ryan Reed, who's the drama teacher out there, and the student directors, Annika Barr and Jordan Dixon. Those kids, seniors, I think, did an amazing job of directing those plays. And Academy ACL students, I'll be quick with this. These kids stole the show. They were opening a special extension from Centennial Boulevard down Fontanero Street. The mayor was there. There was a ribbon cutting, a lot of political people out there, but every one of them recognized the students out there from Academy ACL who came, sang songs, stole the show out there. So it was a brisk, rather chilly morning, even though the sun was out, and these kids did amazingly well. So give a shout out to them. And I wanted to give a shout out to, what is happening out here at the board, the board meetings in the past week. And so first I'll start by thanking our community for participating in the elections yesterday. Okay, elections are the process by which you ensure your voice is being heard through the democratic process. So 2 issues that we discussed as a school board at the work session were decided. Proposition FF passed, funding the school meals program, and the recreational marijuana question, the last time I checked, it failed. Okay, even though our community and our country as a whole is sometimes divided politically and ideologically, I trust our community to come together and make the best decision for our students. It's great to see that play out again yesterday. And finally, about these pictures that I wanted to talk about, I took them from this very seat a couple of weeks back, the North students first coming up here when they were promoting their theater program, and then a couple of students, several students who took Superintendent Gall's chair and addressed our community. From this vantage point, I only saw smiles in this room. Okay, whether you were sitting to the left or to the right, whether it's literally you were sitting out there or politically, ideologically, you were to the left or the right, I saw pride in every one of your eyes in what the students were sharing out there. So for me, it's all about the students, and for the board, it's all about the students. Students are the glue that brings us together. They are the bridge that unites all of us. That message was reinforced to me again at the last board meeting. So the day after another round of contentious elections, I encourage our entire community to come together, partner with the board, partner with the district leadership. We are here. We are listening to you. I have never declined a phone call or a visit. I have encouraged every one of the community members. I have sent emails to community members who have been here. I've not heard a word. And it's disheartening when it is framed out here that this board is not doing anything. I take offense to that, okay? We are doing some great things out there, and I am willing to sit with each one of you, if need be, to share that message with you. So that's my message, that if we can put students at the center of all this, collaboratively and collectively, we can do right by our students and staff. Thank you. Superintendent Gall, over to you for your report.
Good evening, President Malpacum, board, and community. Thank you all for being here this evening. How about another big round of applause? We can break the rules for Doherty High School Marching Band. On a personal note, I last stood on the football field for the United States Air Force Academy on 31 May 1989. And to think about every one of those students that was in front of you here today also had that experience in high school could change the vector in those children's lives. Being recognized at the state level and seeing the energy that they brought into this room, that's what this is about. We are all here for kids. It is amazing to me the number of comments that came after and how few people took just 5 seconds to say, boy, those kids were incredible. And if you look at the color and the past and the identity and the future of those children, they represent everyone in this room. We have to remain focused on children. This is about students. It's not about sides. Okay, I'm up with my report. Keeping with my Getting Stuff Done awards, I want to first acknowledge and thank, there are 4 women here. You just don't see the 4th because she was out getting additional training. These are our area instructional coaches. I asked 4 members of our central office staff to completely rethink the way that they do their body of work. I noticed that all schools need more supports. We are partnered with our union, with our teachers, union teachers, non-teachers, all building leaders in finding ways to improve instruction in every classroom. So here we have Marcy, we have Jamie, we have Jill, and Janetta is not pictured, and they went from living in central office, providing coaching supports, to spending all day with their area superintendents, going school to school, doing one-plan reviews, leaning in for all teachers to be able to support both our PLC's initiatives and giving our building instructional leaders, TLCs, and induction coaches the frameworks that they need to be successful. I could not be more proud of how quickly they have all adapted and adopted. And if you come and pay attention and listen to the unit school improvement plans, you will hear principals naming them by name and not by position, because we are in relational work. They are not the area instructional coach of the central region. They are a person. They are by name, and that is how they are being identified. So I really want to shout them out and give them a big thanks. In keeping with our student celebrations, last board meeting we had high school students come celebrate how teachers and/or school staff were getting stuff done for them. Tonight we are bringing middle school students to the dais. So I'd like to bring forward first Cassius Carlson from the 8th grade at Achieve Online. Cassius, if you can come forward, the teacher you wish to celebrate, and if your family's here as well. Just pretend everybody's in their underwear and you'll be fine. So just tell us what it is that you want to say about your teacher.
He's a nice teacher. He's always helped me whenever I struggled. He's always had the time. Just whenever I was having problems, he'd always help me. That's about all I have, really. And he's a good teacher.
What class does he teach?
He teaches language arts, language arts. That's all he teaches, for all I know. That's probably
you want to say your name in the microphone for us?
My name is Caius Carlson.
Which grade?
8th grade.
Okay, great. Thanks, Case. You want to say my name in the microphone? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not good at this. And my teacher's name is Mr. Krajewicz or Mr. K.
Trinity? Come on, teacher. Come on, Miss Bricker. Right up front by the podium. You're okay. You're ready to go.
Good evening. My name is Trinity, and I am an 8th grader at North Middle School. Maintaining grades and learning are two important things in life at my age, especially to me. I strive to work as hard as I can, no matter my situation. And for some people, that's not an easy task. Everyone leads different lives and are in different situations. Some families just aren't as wealthy as others, and we all struggle with many obstacles in life. My family is one of those that just aren't as wealthy. We've been through a lot together in good and bad times. From living in a car to barely being able to pay rent and make ends meet, we've seen quite a bit just how challenging life can be. Kids in situations like these can end up doing badly or missing a lot of school days just because they aren't as fortunate. Keeping stable grades and working hard are the best things we can do at my age, and it helps to have helpful and reliable teachers. My 7th grade year was one of the most difficult financially and educationally, coming to a new state in school that I didn't know. I was thankful to have helpful and understanding teachers. There was one teacher, though, who stood amongst the others. She was kind to me, understanding of my situation, caring enough to go out of her way to help me in tough times, and being a teacher that I felt safe to speak my situation with. She went beyond just being lenient and nice. I don't believe I ever properly thanked her, which I would like to do now. So thank you, Miss Bricker. You helped me feel and do better that year than I probably would have without you. You tried to help my family and I numerous times because you knew our situation, and beyond that, you stayed understanding and made the year a lot more fun. I think you're more than a good choice for being honored, because acts of pure kindness like yours deserve to be known. You shine amongst the others and make those around you feel welcome and safe. Again, thank you so much for everything.
Yeah, we all need a tissue. Micah? Come on down. Come on. Stand up there.
Oh, great.
Name, school, and why you want to recognize Ms. Keene. You're ready to go to.
Hello, my name is Micah Osteen. I come from Man Middle School. I'd like to thank Ms. Keene for helping me in my. I like to notice, people to notice Ms. Keene more because she helps us students by she helps us as students by teaching us math by
Can you give an example of what part of math you like most with Miss Keating?
She helps us with she does everything step by step with us.
She's patient with you?
Yeah, she's very patient. What makes her a great teacher is how she tries to help her students and fellow teachers. She bought Burberry's from the fundraiser when she saw a student was one. She tries to help her students when the class is disruptive. She is kind, respectful, and is an amazing teacher. I'd like to thank Miss Keating today.
Great.
Thank you, Michael.
Brody? Come on down. You go right there, buddy. You get the big check. Thanks for being here.
Hi, my name is Brody North, and I'm coming from Jenkins Middle School. I just want to thank Jenkins Middle School tonight for asking me to talk about Coach Schursma. When I was asked to talk about Coach Schursma, I thought it would be an easy task to do. Here's a couple of reasons that I think Coach Schursma is a great coach and teacher. He's helped me through adversity in the championship basketball game where I found myself in a little bit of foul trouble and pretty fired up. He calmed me down and ultimately helped my team come out with the win. In school, he does not only care about making sure my grades are up, he is more concerned about me being a great person. Having solid grades is a requirement, and being a good citizen is equally important. There is a small chance that I get a little squirrely, and he has helped me figure out when is the right time to goof around and to be focused. One thing that I admire about him, Coach Schursma, is he works well with kids, all kids. Some coaches only know how to work well with just athletes. Coach Schursma knows how to work well with both athletes and all types of students. Coach Schursma is one of the most hardworking teachers and coaches that I have ever met. He is always willing to help out and figure out a way to give you assistance. My older sisters have always said that they are Coach Schursma's favorites. I want to set the record straight and thank Coach Schursma for letting me be his favorite. Congratulations, Coach Schursma. You deserve this recognition. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Coach Schursma, you're retiring after this year, aren't you? Yeah.
And unfortunately, Thule Thomas went home sick today from Holmes Middle School, but we did want to share her acknowledgement of Amelia Cole, her ELA teacher. She says that Miss Cole is an incredible teacher and coach. She makes her learning fun and exciting, and that she connects with all students. Many of you have heard me talk about one of my mantras, that every student is known. Miss Cole emulates that, so thanks to Miss Cole, and we hope that Thule feels better and is in school tomorrow. A big shout, no clapping allowed, right? We're supposed to stand up. And then just a huge shout out for the Coronado Cougars. I don't know if everyone is following how the state championships went, but for the first time in state history, the number 32 seed upset the number 1 seed. And so the Coronado boys are recognized for that. Unfortunately, they lost in the next round, but it was in Vail, so they might have been distracted by the early snow and thinking that they might be able to go skiing if they ended the game early. But just a real big shout out for all things that happened at Coronado. We learned about the loss that night that we did the town hall. Thanks for all those who helped facilitate and participated in that event. We have another one on January 5th. Is that correct, Everett? Thank you very much. And finally, I just want to take a moment. If you're a vet, if you're a spouse, if you're a parent, if you are a brother or sister, or if you are a child of a member that has served in the defense of our country, Veterans Day is on Friday. I have a full schedule. I think I have 8 different schools or events to get to that day. I could not be prouder to continue a life of public service. And I thought a little bit about some of the dialogue that we have and some of the discourse that we still have. When I was in the military, we had common mission and vision. We had many arguments on strategies to be able to deliver on that common mission and vision, but when the flag went up, we all came together. And so I think we're just at that cornerstone moment right now. And so on 2 days before Veterans Day, I ask all adults, measure us for the action. How are we doing? I believe we're delivering equity in spades at this time. We are reprogramming dollars. Thank you, Director Nelson, for going through that. Thank Dr. Malpacum for the community letter. Make sure, hold us accountable to that. I wasn't here when there was an equity office. I didn't come here because there was or there wasn't an equity office. I came here because there's a huge opportunity for all members of Colorado Springs to make this the Colorado Springs School District and to turn those 2 1s in District 11 into #1 in achievement and #1 in enrollment. All the adults in here are responsible for that. I understand that people bring politics. Nobody talked, well, Dr. Malpacum mentioned the election last night. Let's move forward. If you want to vote board members out, by all means, vote them out. I'm staying. It doesn't matter if the board is left or the board is right. Our kids need consistency in strategy and then in action. You'll continue to see students coming to the podium. We will continue to bring kids into the space. It is about children. So I ask everyone to join me in honor of Veterans Day on shared mission and vision. We can do this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Gall. That message was well received, and hopefully it resonates with our audience too. Adoption of consent items. Director Loma, can you please make the motion to? Yeah. Thank you, Marcella, for reminding me that I missed an item. The superintendent's report is not over yet. Mr. Gall, I'm going to turn it over to you to share the audit report with the board and the community.
Thanks so much. Laura, do you want to come to the microphone and introduce our guests to deliver the audit report? Hi, Chris. It's good to see you again.
Great to see you. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. Yes, as you know, we're required under state statute to have an annual financial audit every year by an independent audit firm. We've been through that audit, and our auditors are here tonight to present that to you. So I will introduce Chris Telly, partner with the firm Forvis.
Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent, great to see you all. So after that previous presentation and then the band earlier, I was sitting here thinking, boy, now I have to get up here and talk about the audit, right? And then they skipped over us. All right, no problem.
We're both from Jersey, on the record, right?
Thank you.
Let's make sure we get that clear.
As Laura said, my name is Chris Telly. I am the audit partner with the firm Forvis, your external auditors. I'm here tonight with my colleague Stephen Sauer, Managing Director, and Lisa Horn, Director. Steve was over the financial audit, while Lisa oversaw the single audit or the compliance audit of the engagement. So I'm actually going to turn it over to them in just a moment. Let them present the results of the audit since they did all the heavy lifting. I think that's only fair. With that said, I wanted to make one brief comment, though, if I may. If you were here last year, or you took a look at last year's auditor's report, you will notice that the name on the auditor's report is different. It is BKD. On June 1st of this year, BKD completed a merger with another firm, a merger of equals, to form the firm, say that 10 times, that's tough, form the firm Forvis. So we are now referred to as Forvis. We are the same people. We're still here in Colorado Springs, still operating locally in the community. All we have is a different name. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Steve, and I think he's going to walk through the presentation.
Good evening. Thanks for having us. Forvis does not yet roll off the tongue for us either. Most popular question we get is, how did you get the name? Forward Vision is the name behind Forvis. So just to provide a little context to that. Thanks for having us. It's been a pleasure to serve in this role. This is the 4th year of our contract. I want to thank your team, both with Ms. Odom and Ms. Hronik get to lead. It's been a pleasure to work with them these 4 years. They have quite a large task, running the finances for the district and the component unit, charter schools, a lot of moving pieces. So I want to commend them to you. They do a phenomenal job. They provide unilateral and unencumbered access to documents. They're timely, they're professional, they answer questions, they take the process seriously, and so they're a great asset to the team. We had the pleasure of being on site for our audit this year, which is something that we no longer take for granted. So great to be in the conference room and rubbing shoulders with your leadership team. If you have received or had the opportunity to look through the documents you were provided, one of them you'll notice is rather large. It's about a 200-page document. That is what I have the privilege of summarizing in about 10 or 12 minutes to you. Some key findings, key observations, conclusions. At the very end of that document is the report on the federal funds, the receipt and spending of federal funds, and that's when I'll turn it over to Lisa and have her talk through that as well. So they're at the top on the screen. Normally, we like to look at accounting policies. Accounting policies are the first footnote right after all of the tables. These are important for the district. It means that the district is setting policies that impact finances, not only now, but into the future. The goal is that those policies and procedures are consistent year to year, and that's one of the things that we look for when we evaluate those policies. This year, there was one rather significant change to those policies related to leases. This has been a topic of conversation for a number of years in the financial reporting environment. Many years of standard setters and of those on the public side getting ready for this standard adoption. The nice thing is that this didn't have a substantial effect to the district, but certainly provided a little extra work for Laura and the team, and I do want to thank her for that. But the crux behind this new lease standard is that any long-term lease, whether it is a lease that the district is leasing from someone else or someone leasing from the district, so a lessee or lessor, any long-term arrangement is now going to go on your statement of debt position, on your balance sheet. In the past, this was a footnote disclosure, so a less significant lift in evaluating these leases. So the district needed to kind of tear through all of their agreements to evaluate those documents to determine what the financial impact of those leases would be. Again, as I mentioned, the impact on the district-wide was not real significant, less than 1% of your balance sheet. However, if you look at the general fund, it's about 2 or 3% of the balance sheet of the general fund, so a little bit more of a substantial impact on your general fund. But overall, again, all you're doing is adding assets, liabilities to your balance sheet. You're not creating a lot more complication in the income statements, but a rather large lift for the team. Another piece that we evaluate are significant judgments and estimates. These are judgments and estimates made by your finance team. And again, we're looking for comparability, consistency. We're looking to make sure these judgments are free of bias. And you'll see on the screen there's a rather large list of them. These 8 or 9 bullets comprise about 90% of your balance sheet. So much of the figures that you see on your district-wide balance sheet are wrapped up in these types of estimates. So as you would guess, it's a big part of our audit engagement, of our audit procedures. I'm happy to report that we have very few observations or comments with respect to these judgments and estimates. A couple that we'll talk on here in a few minutes, but overall we find them to be extremely satisfactory, consistent, and well supported with other financial documentation. Financial statement disclosures, again, summarizing a rather lengthy financial report. These are some that we call particularly sensitive. So if a member of the public, member of the board reads through these could be a particular area of interest for you. We're not concerned with the level of these disclosures, but an area that could lead to additional questions or scrutiny or comment from folks outside of the district. no concerns with respect to the quality of the accounting principles, and that really cannot be understated or overstated. Again, the district takes these very seriously, and again, the documentation is well supported for these accounting principles, which is great. Many of the times we get the question, okay, tell me about the numbers. How are the numbers? Were there changes in the numbers as a result of the audit process? And the brief answer to that is no. There were no proposed adjustments that we made as part of the audit that were reflected in the figures. So that means a couple of things. One, the numbers that you've reviewed months ago for your 2022 fiscal year are the same as what you are seeing in your final financials, which is great. Secondly, that gives you a lot of credibility in your team, that they're monitoring, that they're evaluating these things, not just for us, for year-end purposes, but throughout the year, which is great. The second item, adjustments that were not recorded. We did have several adjustments we proposed that were not included in the financials. This is relatively common. Oftentimes, the reason for not recording these is because you don't want to tear through 200 pages and update figures. It's more of a practicability issue. This is relatively common in a district of this size. You'll see about 10 pages of documents that relate to these past adjustments, not due to the number of adjustments we had, but outlining the impact that those adjustments have on the financials. If you look at the board report, which is our written summary, and flip towards that section, you'll see that all of those adjustments have less than a 5% impact on the financials. Most of them have less than a 1% impact. So management believes those adjustments are immaterial. We concur with that. And again, those are not recorded or reflected in the financials. And because of that, and because of, again, the work that is done, we have issued an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of assurance that a firm can provide, which is great. The thumbs up, the gold star, that we are comfortable with those items. Your charter schools are audited by other auditors. Forvis does not work with them. We do have some communications with those respective firms to ensure that they have the proper teams to understand the conclusions that they have reached with respect to their audit, and then, of course, to incorporate their financial figures into the report of the district. So no concerns there. A similar situation is what we've had in the past. There were a couple of topics of conversation throughout the year. Most of these we've already discussed. Obviously, the adoption of the lease standard, the federal fund audit, which I'll refer to Lisa here in a few minutes, as well as the other adjustments and things throughout the audit. Again, management takes these very seriously. There were no disagreements with respect to those items, which is great. Gives us a lot of confidence. Last item I will refer to is, the second question we get, first being how are the numbers? Second is, okay, tell me about internal controls. How are things looking from a controls perspective? And this is kind of a summary to answer that question. You'll see at the top of the screen, we had no material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, or even deficiencies that we're communicating in writing, which is terrific. This is with respect to the financials, so on the financial reporting side. Last year, some of you may remember us having comments related to capital assets and accounting and cutoff and some of those things, and the district has corrected those, so that is great news. No further concerns there. In the middle of the page, you'll see a mention of deficiencies communicated orally. We have the option to communicate certain observations orally versus formally in writing. All of those relate to those past adjustments that I referred to. Things where we're looking at reconciliations and there's minor differences, it's related to those types of items. So again, not out of the ordinary. The last two bullets you'll see there probably require a few more minutes to discuss, which I'll turn it over to Lisa. But we did have a couple of material weaknesses and significant deficiencies with respect to the federal funds audit. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Lisa to highlight those.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you, board. Good evening. My name is Lisa Horn, and as Chris and Steve mentioned, I oversaw the financial statement audit. I oversaw the single audit. The single audit is often referred to as a single audit because we focus on, the single audit focuses on both internal controls and compliance. The District 11, like many other districts throughout the state, received a significant influx of federal funds over the last few years. Director Nelson specifically mentioned the ESSER funds, or the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Funds. Both of the findings in the current year relate to this program, or the ESSER program. Before I get started and I talk about the findings, I do want to mention the levels. There's 3 levels of findings or comments that we can note. The first is a deficiency. I kind of consider deficiency best practice. This is something that we've identified that does not raise to the level of a material weakness or significant deficiency. It is an item that is communicated either verbally or in writing. We did note one deficiency, which I will cover, that kind of has 2 parts. A significant deficiency is the next level. It is a single deficiency or a combination of deficiencies, which is less severe than a material weakness, but is important enough to be communicated to you all. And the final level is a material weakness. A material weakness is either an individual item or combination of items, which is material enough and could possibly result in material noncompliance over an individual compliance requirement. With that, I'll go into some detail about each of the material weaknesses, pausing just briefly if there's any questions after each. The first finding is, again, as I mentioned, over the ESSER program, specifically related to a lack of time and effort reporting. As I mentioned, we look at both internal controls and compliance. The district is required to establish and maintain effective internal controls over its federal awards. Specifically in this instance, this would be things like allowable costs. Per district policy DE-R-2 requires that semi-annual time and effort certificates be created and certified for any individual or employee who has either in whole or a part of their salary applied to a federal award. We noted that no time and effort certificates were completed for the ESSER program for fiscal year 2022. In addition, we noticed that there was no checklist or procedure manual specifically for the grants department to follow. You'll note in the cause that there was 100% turnover within the grants department during the year. We reviewed 65 transactions, 17 of which were payroll related, requiring a time and effort, in which we noted none of those were completed. We recommend that the grants department create a checklist or policy to ensure that district controls are followed. In addition, we recommend that the grants department help ensure that other departments are also following grants requirements, as well as cross-training opportunities for employees in the event of turnover like was saw during the year. I'll pause for any questions.
Any questions on this? Director Nelson.
I'll just make the comment that the policy, for the community, the policy DER-2 that she's referring to is referencing federal regulation. So it's not just district policy, but also required by federal guidelines. So.
Thank you for the information. And also, you mentioned about the 100% turnover in the grants department. Thank you for mentioning about that. Some of the lack of time and effort reporting that you are talking about, the source of that could be the turnover in that department.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
The second finding we noted was a lack of certified payrolls for contractors or subcontractors. Federal standards and requirements require that any laborer who works on a contract greater than $2,000, which is federally funded, must be paid a prevailing wage. And all contracts which are funded through federal dollars must include certain contract requirements, specifically regarding prevailing wage. Each contractor or subcontractor is required to submit weekly certified payrolls and a formal statement of compliance to the district. In addition, the district is required to maintain and establish effective internal controls over the prevailing wage federal requirements. During our testing, we noted that the district did not obtain certified payrolls during the year or have controls in place to determine that these certified payrolls were not obtained. In addition, we noted one subcontract which was missing the required language related to the prevailing wage. We recommend that internal controls be strengthened and established specifically over these prevailing wage requirements. In addition, we recommend that a member of the facilities team be on site weekly on the project to determine who is on site, i.e. which contractors or subcontractors are on site, to help ensure that the proper prevailing wage certified payrolls and certifications are received and being reviewed. That review needs to include making sure that not only the payroll is received, but that the wages paid to these employees meet the prevailing wage standards. Because of the severity of this issue and the dollar contract related to this finding is a material weakness as well as a material instance of noncompliance. A material instance of noncompliance results in a qualified opinion for the individual compliance requirement. So as a whole, you will note that the ESSER program did receive a qualified opinion, but only for the prevailing wage requirement. So I think that's very important to note. Oftentimes, Steve came up and was giving thumbs up. My thumb's kind of like a sideways. Most of it was done really good. We did have this one compliance requirement that received a qualified opinion. I'll pause for any questions on this one.
Any questions or comments? Director Daniels.
I'm just curious, did we get it cleared up? Are we having to get someone with expertise on how to get that in place, built systemically? Does that make sense?
I believe we understand what the requirement is, and I believe we have a corrective action plan already in place that we're already doing. We've implemented the things that Lisa had spoke about, a monthly checklist before you approve any grant expenditures. The grant clerks will go over these things. Everybody that's been involved in this knows what the problem was, and I don't believe we're going to have future problems.
Yeah, and so I want to comment, and you were muted, Director Daniels. Your comment was ESSER is new. And so what I've asked the staff to do is to treat every single dollar that comes into the system with the same rigor that we have treated what I'll call the traditional dollar, the normal state per pupil funding. We have very rigorous audit and internal controls, of which have been highlighted in this report. And yet we knew, as the board has highlighted, even in many of our fund balance conversations, what is happening with ESSER. And so we need to treat the grants department, and I heard some commentary on staffing challenges that we have. We will be announcing tonight a new grants director who's in the audience. I'll save that drum roll for later, that we're super excited for that, but that's not an excuse. We have to have that internal integrity and fidelity to know that the student doesn't know the difference between the dollar. It doesn't fall differently on their lap as an ESSER dollar, which means it has less rigor attached to it. Every dollar that comes into our system should have the same level of internal audit that we know that we can then meet an external audit. So there's a lesson learned here. One, on this specific item, well, clearly we won't make the same mistake again, but the larger takeaway is, well, wait a second, why aren't grant dollars, particularly new granted dollars like ESSER, given that incredible level of rigor that Glenn, before Laura and Chris, had really made a cornerstone of what District 11 finances were about. So, and that's on me to deliver.
Thank you. Director Bankus.
Is there a negative impact on the district since we have this material and noncompliance issue?
There is. The district will no longer be classified as a low-risk auditee. What that means is that instead of looking at 20% of your federal expenditures on your CFA or your schedule of federal awards, we will now look at 40%.
Okay.
What that really means, though, in this time of anything that has come from the federal government that is flagged as COVID dollars, so that includes your ESSER funds, some state funds that are coming your way as well, is already considered high risk. So when we're looking at that 40%, it honestly probably won't affect the number of programs that will be required to be audited by us as the external auditors, because you have so many high-risk programs that are deemed as high risk from the feds that require an audit every year until the funds are spent. So I will be back here next year talking about ESSER as well as any other COVID funds that are spent by the district.
Will that mean in the district that we need to add someone to the grants department to?
We'll do that analysis. Currently, I don't think so. I think we should be able to take the structure that exists and just funnel in a different dollar, but I'll have to report back to the board on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question. Director Nelson.
Are there, other than now we're at that 40% mark, are there consequences as far as like fines or anything that will be, okay?
There is not. As part of the audit, we will submit the audit report as well as management's corrective action plan to the federal government through the Federal Audit Clearinghouse. That information is then public knowledge. Grantors will use it and can request additional follow-up on the corrective action plan, but I don't anticipate any fines related to it.
Okay. And then I'll just follow up a little bit with Director Daniel's question. Great question. That it will be kind of on the board to now task Superintendent Gall to now be sure there are systems put into place, and this is a conversation that I've already had with Mr. Gall, that we make sure we have those internal controls that exactly if we do have turnover in the future, that it shouldn't matter, that we've got those systems and internal controls in place in that grants department. So we've already had a conversation and he knows it needs to happen, so we'll be sure it gets done for future.
Thank you. Do you want to wrap up the
Yes, thank
presentation?
you.
Thank you.
We did note one deficiency as part of the audit. It is a written deficiency. It is a repeat of the prior year. It again relates to establishing and maintaining effective internal controls. Specifically, we looked at the child nutrition program, and we noted that while reviews are being completed and documented and reconciliations are being completed, they're not being formally documented as signed off and reviewed. We were able to corroborate that this process was happening by talking to two different individuals. However, as always, we all talk about transparency. It's important that we see that formal documentation of that review and the date that it occurred to ensure that it's happening timely and that that review is being performed and documented. So we recommend that the district, help make sure that all of these grant-related expenses have formal sign-off as required. With that, I'll pause again for any questions and turn it to Chris for concluding comments.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all the work that you guys put in, especially coming this time in person and working with our team. And I also want to take a minute to appreciate the team for all the work that you guys put in. I know that there has been some changes in your department too, with Glenn stepping away, and we have Ms. Odom and Ms. Ronick, and you guys are professionals and take care of the job that is necessary. So I look to Director Nelson.
I guess I'll focus on this first. Ms. Ronick, if you wouldn't mind stepping up and sharing a little bit more what you shared with me about the child nutrition program, and just explaining for the community to understand, that this money is federal granted money, the free and reduced lunch monies, and that we have kind of a surplus. I think it's close to $5 million, and just how that came about. And I think it might be beneficial for the community to understand why that happened, because it's legit.
Okay. I think you're talking about the actual financial results of the food service fund.
Yes.
That fund did bring in $760,000 this year, and that was stacked on top of $2 million last year and some money that we brought in the year before, to where we have a fund balance of almost $5 million, which is in excess of what they should have. We have a plan in place to spend that down. But honestly, this is just continuing operations. That came in unexpectedly because the federal government funded 100% of lunches served, which was in excess of what we had expected. We transferred in $1.5 million last year from the general fund. That was due to the pandemic where we weren't serving any meals, but we were continuing to pay staff. We thought we were going to lose a lot of money. Then the federal government came through, so we ended up bringing in $2 million last year. That was what really added to the balance. So we do have in plan a place to spend this down. We've also quit transferring funds in, such as from the mill levy override fund and from the general fund. We've started charging indirects again. We were waiving those during the hard times. So I think that this fund will come back into line very quickly.
Thank you for explaining that. Just to circle back on that lease model, the new adoption that's taking place, we're good as far as everything going forward? We did everything correctly, appropriately on that?
You are good.
Okay.
It's a difficult model, but everyone's going through it right now. It's kind of what we're all living for, to be perfectly honest with you, is the new accounting model, but you are good. It should continue on. It will require more work and additional controls in the future as new leases come on, but Laura and her team has that on the wraps, and it should be fine.
Okay, great.
Great.
And I just want to stress the point that, I mean, Laura kind of shared, it's almost essentially that there's two audits taking place, that we're looking at the district finances, our accounting practices, and that one came through golden, shining star, no issues there. The district is handling our finances appropriately. The second audit that's looking at grants, we now realize there's some systems that need to be put into place, and we will certainly make sure that happens. So
Yeah, very well said. Thank you.
thank you.
Great. So in closing, I would just like to thank you all, the board. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your cooperation. I know several of you met with us during the course of the audit when we were doing our planning. Superintendent Gall, thank you, sir, for your time. I know you met with me several times. And most especially, I would like to thank Chris and Laura and their entire teams. The audit's a heavy lift. It's a heavy lift on top of their already busy days and busy schedules. There's a lot of work that's done. You can get the magnitude of it just in regards to there's an entire financial audit and a 200-page plus document that needs to be compiled along with the grants funding, along with the compliance funding, that especially with the new COVID money has very complex requirements, a lot of money passing through, a lot of compliance requirements on top of that. There's a lot of time and effort that goes into these. So thank you all. We really value our relationship with the district, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I want to finish this conversation by thanking Treasurer Nelson too. A year or so back, for a couple of years, I was in her seat, and I thought in the 2 years that I spent in the treasurer's seat, I learned everything that there is to be. And Treasurer Nelson would call me and ask me certain questions, and whatever little hair I have in my head, I would pull it out and say, like, I never thought about that. So she's putting in a lot of work, time, and diligence, asking thoughtful questions, and that's reflected in the questions she's asking from the board dais. So thank you for your role in working with our auditors and Chris Odom and Laura running.
Am I allowed to second that motion?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to second
please.
that motion. So especially to acknowledge in the change of Glenn Gustafson's final retirement. I do appreciate Director Nelson stepping in as the treasurer to make sure that we have the transparency and the accountability at the same time, to be able to leverage the dollars where they need to go as quickly and as effectively as they can.
Thank you. So thank you again, guys, for being here, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Moving on to the consent items, Director Loma, can you please make the motion to adopt the consent items?
Board of Education adopt all consent items in the agenda. The consent items are C2 approval of October 26, 2022 regular meeting minutes. C3 approval of personnel recommendations for November 9, 2022. C4 approval of board policy committee memberships and charge.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Marcella, roll call, please.
Director Bankus? Aye. Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen.
Aye.
Director Loma.
Aye.
Director Malpacum.
Aye.
Director Nelson.
Aye.
Director Ott.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The consent items have been adopted. Moving on to the action items. The first one is a contract award. Director Art, can you please make the motion for item D1, which is contract contract 2023-0015, Gillem Speech Language Pathology Staffing Services.
Yes, I move that the Board of Education approve the contract C 2023-0015 award to Gillem Speech Language Pathology Staffing Services for a 5-year contract at a total estimated price of $7 million. If fully executed, the contract will end June 30, 2027.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Superintendent Gall, this is new information. Could you share some?
Yeah, Chief Odom, if you could come forward, please, to present the contract.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Gall. Good evening, Board of Education. With us tonight from Gillem Staffing Services is the owner, Miss Andrea Gillem. Hi, thank you. You're more than welcome to come up and have a seat. And my comrade right here, our Executive Director, Miss Judy Goodwagen from Special Education Department. And I would like to acknowledge in the audience Miss Janelle Johnson, who provides daily procurement support to this contract and to the Special Ed office. Just a little background for the viewing audience. In March of this year, Ms. Goodwagen and I brought this Gillem contract increase to the board for approval because it was exceeding the contract threshold that required your approval. And at that time, we knew that this is a growing situation, that we need more services, and we expected to be right back here this time, and here we are. For the next year, all of our in-house staffing positions, if over the next year all of our in-house staffing positions are filled, we would use less of these services. So when we say this contract is estimated at a total contract value of $7 million, right now we're planning on spending this year $1.8 million. That doesn't mean it's guaranteed every year. That just means if we need it, it's there for us to use, and if we don't need it, then we're not bound to use that. The hourly rates are firm and subject to annual COLA adjustments. So this contract provides specialized therapy staffing services, specifically speech language pathologist, occupational therapist, physical therapist, mental health providers, school psychologists, school nurses, social workers, and educational assessments. And in today's environment, these are our hardest to fill positions in special education department. Over the past 3 years, staffing shortfalls in these hard to fill positions have been felt across the nation, and with COVID compounding the matter, we are seeing nearly triple the need. The contract, like I explained, the contract purchase limit has an estimated value of $7 million, and this is not a guarantee. This is just what we are asking you to approve. If we go over that, I have to come back, or if we're projected to go over that, I have to come back to get your approval. Currently, the contract is funded with state ECA dollars, federal EDEA funding dollars, and some federal IDEA ARP grant funding. Now, if you put that all together, you'll have a nice alphabet soup. But tonight, it's going to be our funding mechanism for our services. We will continue to promote competition amongst all available qualified providers. Currently, we have on contract Comp Health Medical Staffing, Summit Psychological Assessment Consulting, ProCare Therapy, Inc., which provides similar staffing services. Gillem has the largest capacity to support our needs, our staffing needs. And one of Gillem's noted strengths over our 20-year relationship is that they provide and they deliver highly qualified, well-vetted, properly licensed candidates. They also provide local support and training to ensure quality services are delivered to the school district. We will continue to vet future providers through continued updates. Ms. Goodwagen attends regional special ed director meetings where additional sources are made available. and through vendor contacts soliciting. We will also solicit for additional staffing resources to ensure our due diligence and compliance with competition. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to the board for any questions you might have for Ms. Gudvagen or even for Ms. Andrea Gillem.
Thank you. Director Bankus.
Given our audit report that was just given, so these funds are coming to us through grant or through a regular revenue stream? How are the funds coming to us from the state and from the federal folks?
Do you want to answer that? Go ahead.
I can provide a partial answer for sure. These are funds that we already have existing in the special education department. What happens is when we are unable to fill a position with our existing FTE, we convert those funds to cash so that we can use them to contract with agencies such as Gillem. It's not enough because agency contracts are more expensive. And so right now, we were able to use some vacancies that we have to use those funds. We also have some American Rescue Plan funds that are available to us through June of this next year. After that, we're hoping we might be able to tap into some Medicaid funds that we have existing as well, so that we can continue to provide this level of support and services to our schools.
So
I think specific to the audit question, special ed is very well versed in managing all different streams of money and is cognizant of that. The finding from the audit report was we don't normally spend granted dollars on capital projects. And so this idea of having to track hourly wages because of the grant requirement is just not something that's common in how school districts spend money for capital projects. It's certainly on us, as that was a requirement, but it was really learning how to spend that money at the same time we were. This is a well-trodden path in how we provide speech pathology supports for schools and has run tightly for many years with a long-standing partner. So
Thank you.
I would say I feel our risk from an audit perspective is very low.
Director Daniels.
Thank you. How exciting, right? We've been looking for support for I don't know how long, and that those positions, speech pathologists, language psychologists, those are hard to fill when it comes to education. And again, I don't know how much the public knows that these areas of special needs has never been fully funded, right? So we're still trying to work hard to make sure our students get what we need. Are these our staff people, or is this Gillem with us tonight in terms of just supporting everyone, right?
Right
Yes,
now we
standing
have
in the
Gillem.
back? No? Oh. It's just you. I just want to make sure because
Those are not our people back there.
Yeah, there's a lot of people back there, and I'm just happy to know that we are getting what we need, especially when it comes to our special ed population. We have so many parents in need, so many students in need, and I know that whole conversation about equity, but I'm just saying that stuff was happening when they were fighting for rights. Right, to even be seen. Can we get an elevator in this building? You know what I'm saying? So I'm just grateful that we're actually moving in that direction. Thank you for your hard work. I know you might come back, but it's worthy to say that I know parents who are fighting every day to have their students be heard. Even if they're nonverbal, they don't have devices. I mean, I just need a community to understand how serious this is. And then, of course, with COVID coming in, it was hard, everyone. I just need you to know that. And we just want to take care of what we have, right? And just provide. So thank you for that. Because I want to just give a shout out to Ms. Jeannie Williams, who's been with us for over 40 years. You know how hard that is to have someone that long?
Yes, we do have a speech pathologist who's
Thank
been in the
you.
district for 42 years.
Thank
Yes.
you. That's a phenomenal thing. And I'm just like, we just have a lot of needs, and I just would love to see them met without any upset about that, right? Because it's been there for generations. It's not new. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Daniels. Director Nelson.
So I just want to make sure I'm following correctly. We have the initial ask of $1,850,000, and that is currently funded through grants. But there is an expiration for some of those grants, so then you'll be looking, I'm just thinking about that $7 million for 5 years. We don't have money locked in for that, the remaining request, correct?
Special education has a lot of money in grants. These are not grants that go away. These are grants that are continuing year after year after year.
You
So
just
they
automatically
operate
renew
differently.
them. You know that
Yes.
you have to renew them.
They're grants that we always have access to from state
okay.
funding.
Okay.
What we're talking about with the American Rescue Plan, those are sort of ESSER-like funds. They're not called ESSER funds, but they were given to us as part of the pandemic. Those funds will go away at the end of this school year. I think we're estimating about 20% of our current contract dollars are coming from American Rescue Plan funds.
Okay.
We're anticipating that we will be able to use Medicaid funds
Right.
starting next year, because an interesting thing that happened during the pandemic is we weren't spending a lot of money on students who weren't physically in school, and so some of those dollars piled up a little bit in our Medicaid fund, so we're hoping to use those funds.
Okay, but so, I guess what I'm trying to get at is there a possibility that if in the future you need funding, the $7 million, will we need to keep that in mind as we're budgeting? Or do you anticipate that you will always be able to find grant money to help fund this?
The ask that we have tonight for the $7 million, we are confident that we have the funds to
Okay.
provide for that for the
Okay.
next 5 years.
Awesome. Thank you.
Director Bankus.
This really, I'm connecting the dots with what Director Daniels said, and I just want to give a shout out to my nephew, James Metters, who was recently confirmed on the President's Advisory Council for people with cognitive disabilities. And so for those of you who work for equity, for those folks who cannot, as you said, are maybe not verbal, he is verbal, but he also represents a wide spectrum, that work doesn't go away, and it does have its rewards. And although he lives in Texas, we talk frequently, and so what I hear here for providing services to our students who have special needs, I share with him as well. So I hope that it inspires other folks to keep fighting the good fight. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions. I just have a comment and a question. First of all, the comment, I appreciate you being here. Are you local from Colorado? Yes, so thank you. Thank you for providing this service. So a couple of questions, and I'm glad that I don't think it's you. I think probably it's Ms. Goodwagen or Ms. Odom. If necessary, you can answer too. So I'm glad we do have an outside provider who can provide the resources that sometimes we find difficult to fill. But is there anything that we should be looking at as a school board and as a district so we can fill this in-house ourselves as opposed to having to go through a contractor? And what's kind of the future plan? Is it something that the board has to address by increasing compensation to attract these professionals? Go ahead. Yeah,
Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, these are special service providers, or all the professions that we mentioned: the speech pathologists, occupational physical therapists, mental health providers. They're hard to fill positions for school districts, in part because these are professionals that are licensed to work in clinical settings, in other settings. Sometimes they have their own private businesses, and so oftentimes they don't find it, to their financial advantage to come work for a school district because we can't compete with those kinds of salaries. And so that's where we look to the contract agencies to support those needs.
Okay, thank you. But when I look at this contract, it seems like we are paying more in contract for going outside as opposed to filling it in-house by giving a pay bump
You're
to our
correct.
own employees.
We're spending the money anyway.
I think we just need to be clear that the pay bump is significant.
Okay.
I mean, you're talking about paying the individual service if on staff near or above a principal's salary. That doesn't mean that you're not going to get the value out of that, but the ripple of paying an individual the salary higher than a principal in a system with the hierarchical way that it works can be difficult. In the 3 districts that I worked prior to District 11, we contracted out speech pathology specifically, not by desire, but because of an inability to be able to staff. So this is not a District 11 or Colorado Springs phenomenon. This is why there are service providers like the one we are very happy to be able to contract with.
Thank you. And my last question on that is, when you do need the support staff, Gillem is timely in providing that supports. The only reason I ask is we offered a contract to a custodial service, and we find out that only 12 of those custodial were sent to our district. Gillem is responsive to that.
Gillem is very responsive to that. Gillem's not able to fill every single one of our needs, and that's why we also use other contract.
Perfect. Director Bankus, you had an...
I did have a follow-up question on salary. Since these are federal and state funds, given the audit report, are we paying at the federal standard of wage? Is that?
Sorry. So I just would like to be very, very clear that the auditor was talking about Davis-Bacon wage rates, which are very specific to construction contracts, not Service Contract Act requirements specific to a contract of this nature.
Thank you for clearing that.
Okay. Can you go further, Chris, just on that audit, that's a bottom end. That audit is to be sure that we're not contracting with contractors who are paying below
correct.
A minimum wage or whatever the state standard is. So we're not seeking to save dollars by cutting corners with contractors in the audit example, not in this example.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions or comments, roll call, please, Marcella.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The contract has been awarded for $7 million to Gillem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for your partnership. Moving on to the next item, contract award, HVAC, heating and ventilation replacement at Grant Elementary School. Vice President Jorgensen, can you please make the motion for item D2?
Yes. Excuse me. I move that the Board of Education approve contract C 2023-1013, award to HVAC Solutions, Inc. for the replacement of the HVAC system at Grant Elementary in the amount of $2,277,467, and allow an additional 10% increase in the contract award amount without further board approval, subject to funding availability.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Superintendent Gall.
Chief Odom. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent, and good evening, Board of Education. I would like to introduce some of our special guests tonight. With us from HVAC Solutions is the Vice President, Mr. Cameron Donegan. Thank you so much for coming tonight. Our Project Manager, Mr. James Warren, and our Contracting Officer, Ms. Jocelyn Comferman. With us also are the leaders of the leaders, Mr. John Ferda and Mr. Terry Seaman. Thank you all for coming tonight. We issued a design solicitation to replace the HVAC system at Grant Elementary School, which was awarded to Ferris Engineering under competitive procedures. In September of this year, we issued a construction solicitation, receiving 3 responsible proposals. HVAC Solutions was evaluated as the best value solution based on the overall thoroughness of their technical approach, project timeline, which includes project team and capacity to perform the work, their excellent past performance history and high confidence rating to complete the work within scheduled timelines and in compliance with our standards and specifications, and finally, their overall best value pricing. So what does this project really entail? Well, the effort replaces existing system, which is over 26 years old and includes a total of 9 exhaust fans, 2 forced air furnaces, 2 7.5-ton rooftop units, 7 multi-zone rooftop units, 1 air conditioning unit for the MDF room, which is our server room, 4 roof curbs, and 1 intake hood. It will also replace our building automation system. It is important to note that we are still experiencing very long lead times for HVAC equipment. The initial proposal that was delivered proposed a delivery date for the equipment, the main equipment, of July 26, 2023, which caused us to push the project back to a summer 2024 installation. And then last week, on November 2nd, we got a call from the manufacturer who called the contractor, said, hey, if I can get a purchase order today, we can get this delivered by July 10th. So I called the superintendent, and under exigency circumstances, under policy DJ, he granted the authority for us to execute a purchase order and a materials-only notice to proceed as long as we brought this contract to the next available board meeting. So we whipped in shape. Miss Jocelyn got everything going. Mr. Warren got everything going. The contractor is jumping through hoops, and we got the purchase order delivered. So we will be receiving equipment, and this project will be on track for summer 2023, which is wonderful, because then the school wins and the kids win, which is the ultimate goal. That purchase order was issued in the amount of $1,145,655. So this will give, we are not concerned about the timeline because we did a very similar project last year at Carver. Very similar layout, very similar installation time, so everybody's very comfortable with delivery of July 10th. So the construction schedule for this project will start May 24th and end August 1st of 2023. Demo work will start right away, followed by installation of controls, furnace, and exhaust fans. The old multi-zone units will be craned off the roof prior to the arrival of the new units on July 10th. This will allow for the new roof curbs and roofing to be installed, patched, and prepared for arrival of the new units. And once the new units are installed, there will be a factory startup and functional testing of all units. Once that's complete, all formal testing and balancing will take place the last week of construction, followed by any remaining state and local final building inspections. So the contract completion date is November 1st. The construction completion date is that August 1st date. But during that period between August and November 1st, there will be different things that occur. One is a commissioning activity that is overseen and verified by Ferris Engineering, who did this design. This is very typical of all of our HVAC projects. There is a 20-year warranty. 20-year warranty, thank you. And this contract does have liquidated damages at the tune of $1,087.50 per day. That's what we would assess the contractor if he delays the project, and we are not at fault. We didn't cause the delays. It's totally on the contractor. In my 17 years, we have never had that happen. So we have really good working relationships and great project management staff. So at this time, this concludes my overview of the construction effort, the contract terms and conditions, and I have Mr. Terry Seaman and Mr. Donegan to answer any technical questions you might have at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it, and it's glad to hear that this all came together in the last minute and we can get this done. And for my part, Superintendent Gall reached out to me, I think middle of last week, and said, can I add this to the board agenda? And I said, yes, let's get this done, and this is going to support our students. So thank you. Any questions from the board on this topic? Yeah, thank you. So there is going to be no disruption to the school year itself at Grant Elementary?
No,
Yeah.
and let me just confirm, no.
Okay, and it's safe to say Grant Elementary will be not one of the schools that will be participating in summer bridge program, because we are going to be.
That's correct.
Well, when all this work is going
Right,
on,
that
we
is
can't
a
be
true
doing-
statement. That is a true statement.
Okay, last question that I had for Mr. Seaman on this subject. This is being funded by the 2017 MLO monies, right? The capital projects.
Yes,
That's
sir.
where it's coming from.
Yes, sir.
And it's approximately, if I understand, about $20 million or so that comes out.
That would be the total for the capital program, yes, sir.
Okay, and I know this information is available somewhere, but if I can make a request, if it's not too much work for you, can we have the list of projects that's being funded from that 2017 MLO for this year that you guys, so the board has? I'm sure it's available in a budget book.
Yeah, we'll provide a working document so you all can be ticking off, because we'll have a lot of contracts coming forward. And so these are pre-budgeted and approved through the budget ideas. And I think it'll accelerate the conversation as well if you see
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank
that
you.
it's part of the plan.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no further questions, Marcella, roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you. The contract has been awarded to HVAC Solutions, Inc. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep. And I'm sure Grant Elementary is going to be happy having a brand new heating ventilation system when they return to school in August of 2023. Moving on to contract awards, contract 2022-1033, design build Palmer roof replacement. Secretary Bankus, can you please make the motion for item D3?
I move that the Board of Education approve contract C 2022-1033, award to Weathercraft Company of Colorado Springs in the amount of $2,051,360, spanning 3 phases, and allow an additional 10% cost increase for any approved contract modifications without further board contract approval. This additional 10% increase is subject to funding availability. The period of performance for Phase 2 and 3 is scheduled to begin May 31st, 2023, with final completion date of August 1, 2024.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I just want to make a minor correction out there. The amount of funding is $2,051,390. You mentioned $360, and
I did?
yes.
Yes.
We don't want to stop the work because of $30.
It'll fall within the 10%. You're fine.
Oh, there you go.
That's what happens when you have an active mind.
Superintendent Gall.
Chief Odom.
Thank you. Good evening again. Tonight with us is the president of Weathercraft, Mr. John Fleming. Thank you so much for coming tonight. Our project manager for this particular project is Mr. Terry Johns, and he is unable to attend tonight due to personal reasons. His supervisor, Mr. Ferda, and Mr. Seaman can address any technical questions you might have. I would like to acknowledge Ms. Christina Sandoval, the contracting officer for this project. Thank you for coming tonight. So in March of 2022, we issued a design build solicitation to replace all the roofing surfaces, collectively totaling the Palmer High School roofing replacement project as reflected in the maps that are posted on the public agenda. We knew that this effort would require a phased construction schedule, and it was bid out into 3 separate phases, which supports our summertime construction season. We experienced 3 viable interested companies and extended solicitation closing dates to accommodate maximum proposal submission responses. However, we only received 1 responsible proposal. Weathercraft was evaluated with a high technical rating, high performance confidence rating, and overall competitive pricing based on comparable built-up roofing systems and competitive competition history. This project is funded at 38% best grant funding. So in other words, the district is paying 62% out of the MLO, and the best grant funding is paying 38%. So phase 1 of this effort was completed in May and June. It started in May and it ended in August of this year, and it totaled $665,000. The total contract price of all 3 phases is the $2,051,390. The district's 62% contribution totals $1,271,861.80. Phase 2 will begin immediately after school is finished in May of this coming year, and by August 1st of 2024, all roof replacement work will be complete. Contractor will reach final completion of the project, including remedying all punch list items, receiving permit approvals, closures, and completing related testing, and submitting all applicable project closeout documents no later than December 1st, 2024. I believe this has a 25-year warranty? 20-year warranty. Thank you very much. This contract does have liquidated damages at a daily rate of $542.64. Same conditions apply for liquidated damages. In closing, Mr. Seaman and Mr. Fleming are here to answer any technical questions you might have.
Thank you again for being here. Any questions from the board? Seeing no further questions, just the one question I had, when I looked at the paperwork for this, it looked like the best grant was for $1.37 million, but we are only using $780,000 of it. So do we lose the rest of the grant money?
So I can't address the specifics why it was awarded at a higher amount. I think at that moment in time, we are expecting a higher budgetary need than when the proposals came in. So I think the request for the grant was requested based on a budgetary estimate and not initial proposals. And I'm going to ask Ms. Sandoval, does that?
That is correct.
So do we then return the rest of the money back?
We don't, it's a reimbursable grant, so we don't get reimbursed if we don't
for-
spend it.
Okay, so we can't use it for some other purpose,
No,
another roofing project in another school?
No, I love the way you think though,
Okay.
Director Malpaca.
Yeah, I just want to maximize the dollars.
I know, I appreciate your thinking.
Okay, thank you. Seeing that that's not possible, we go with what is presented to us. So, roll call, please, Marcella.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpaca?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it, and the contract has been awarded to Weathercraft Company, and thank you, sir. And we look forward to you completing the project on time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Treasurer Nelson, moving on to the next item. Treasurer Nelson, can you please make the motion for item D4? Budget transfers, appropriations, and FTE approvals, ESSER 3 fund balance, task force funding finalization.
I move that the Board of Education approve the ESSER 3 funding finalization in the amount of $14,700,622.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Bott?
Obviously, it's going to be Chief Odom, but as she's coming to the podium, I want to just spend a moment to thank her and all of her staff for the tireless work. This is the conclusion of this year's fund balance transfer, and this was by no means the easiest lift. Having to make sure that the ideas that we had fit within the requirements and the specifications of the federal government and the state do deserve just that, jazz hands for just a second. So over to you, Chief Odom.
Thanks, Superintendent Gall. Before I get started, this wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for our new grants director, Miss Annette Bass. So I would really like to give a shout out to her. Will you wave? Thank you so much.
Stand up, Annette. Everybody wants to see you.
Thank you.
Is she the new
Yes.
director? Okay.
So she had a great attitude, and I so much appreciated this. She went out above and beyond and reached out to CDE when we were going through the fund balance process and made sure that we could deliver. So I really appreciate that. What I'm bringing to you tonight is a budget transfer from when I came and presented to you on October 12th that you approved as a result of the fund balance initiative. And at that time, this transfer only represents the work that you want to get done to be funded under ESSER. I just didn't have CDE approval at that time. We received CDE approval on October 31st, so here we are. And I'm asking for a transfer from within the grant ESSER 3 funding for the $14,700,622 to fund those 8 projects as reflected in the listing. There have been no other changes from when you approved it on October 12th. And at this time, I'll just turn it back over to the board for any questions you might have.
Any questions or comments on this? Treasurer Nelson, you don't disappoint me.
I just want to say thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for all the hard work and figuring out what qualified and then getting the wording right for the CDE to approve. It was so much effort. So I just wanted the community to know that a lot went into this, and thank you for the team that pulled together these ideas. You know, we asked for how can we improve academic performance, and you guys came up with some great ideas, so thank you for meeting that challenge.
So thank you, Ms. Odom. So just for clarity's sake, for the community too, in the past, the board has not approved ESSER money spending. That was something what was indicated to me in the past, a year, 2 years back, was that was the purview of the superintendent to fund grant money and was done internally.
That is a correct statement.
Okay. So, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, as part of the fund balance initiative, to be fully transparent, so everybody knew what was going on and that the board had approved this, this is why I brought this to you.
Okay.
Just to close the loop.
I truly appreciate that, because this is something that the community also has to hear about, how we are going about in an open and transparent process. It's all out there. People can come and question us, and nothing is done behind the scenes without the community having eyes on it. So the only other question, the Jenkins project, that was a priority item. That will come as a contract at some point in time to take care of it.
We're issuing the design RFP. It's already out on the street.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. With that, roll call, please. Marcel.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The Board of Education approved the ESSER 3 funding finalization.
I don't know about you, but I just want to be like, yay!
Yay!
We
Thank
put
you.
so much work into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb.
Resolution 2023-10, American Education Week. Secretary Bankus, can you please read the resolution and make the motion for action item D5?
I would love to. Resolution 2023-10, American Education Week, November 13th through the 19th, 2022. Whereas public schools, and this is really why we're all here, this is what you've heard earlier today, and we keep our focus on this. Whereas public schools are the backbone of our democracy, providing young people with the tools they need to maintain our nation's precious values of freedom, civility, and equality. Whereas by equipping young Americans with practical life skills and broader intellectual abilities, schools give them hope for and access to a more productive future. Whereas education employees, be they teachers, building technicians, bus drivers, principals, or librarians, work tirelessly to serve our students, families, and communities with care and professionalism. And whereas schools are community linchpins, bringing together adults and children, educators and volunteers, business leaders and elected officials in a common objective, now therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Board of Education of Colorado Springs School District 11, do hereby proclaim November 13th through the 19th, 2022, as American Education Week in School District 11, and urge all parents, teachers, administrators, and students to join us in honoring the institution of education in America. In witness whereof, we hereunto set our hands and cause the official seal of said school district to be affixed this 9th day of November 2022. This marks the 101st annual National Observance of American Education Week. And congratulations to all of us for being so engaged, so willing to give our time, whether we're paid or not paid, for going out of our way to learn from different perspectives and different points of view, that we bring it here for the common purpose of providing a solid education for our kids. Thank you for allowing me to read this resolution. I therefore move.
Yeah.
Thank you. I therefore move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 2023-11, Family and School Partnership in
No,
Education
no.
Month.
It's
No?
the previous one.
Oh, I'm on the wrong one.
Yes. It's at the top. Yeah, at the top.
Oh. Good thing I'm not a surgeon. I move that the Board of Education endorse Resolution 2023-10, American Education Week, November 13th through the 19th, 2022. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded by Vice President Jorgensen.
Just sign it. So, thanks.
Any comments or thoughts on this resolution? Seeing none, thank you for reading that, Secretary Bankus, and I agree with everything that's on there. The only thing that I would add is that I hope all of us recognize the critical role of public education and celebrate all our educators every week of the year. We don't need to celebrate just in 1 week. So every week our educators make a difference. So with that, roll call, please. Marcella.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Director Daniel, step down.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The resolution has been adopted. Resolution 2023-11, Family and School Partnership in Education Month. Treasurer Nelson, can you please read the resolution and make the motion for action item D6?
Resolution 2023-11, Family and School Partnerships in Education Month, November. Whereas from November 1, 2022 through November 30th, 2022, the state of Colorado celebrates family and school partnerships in education as a time to recognize the importance of family engagement in education, learn about Colorado's family school partnering resources, and celebrate best engagement practices. And whereas studies show that when parents, families, and schools collaborate effectively, students achieve higher levels of academic performance, demonstrate better attendance and homework completion, and are less likely to drop out of school. And whereas students from all backgrounds tend to perform better academically when their parents, families, and the professionals at their schools bridge the gap between the culture at home and the classroom. And whereas students benefit from active involvement by well-informed and engaged parents and families in their life and education. And whereas District 11 aligned efforts with the Colorado Department of Education, CDE, and joined an FSCP, Family School Community Partnerships Collaborative Cohort with 6 other Colorado school districts. Participation in this collaborative elevated FSCP as a foundational school improvement strategy. And whereas District 11 desires to bring awareness to our families, schools, and greater community of the resources, supports, and programs available to improve, guide, and celebrate best engagement practices. And whereas District 11 desires to increase graduation rates and academic achievement levels of all students and raise enrollment and persistence in secondary and post-secondary education, now therefore be it resolved that we, the members of the Board of Education of Colorado Springs School District 11, do hereby proclaim that November 1, 2022 through November 30th, 2022 be declared Family and School Partnerships in Education Month in School District 11. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the official seal of said school district to be affixed this 9th day of November 2022. I move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 2023-11, Family and School Partnership in Education Month.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Superintendent Gall, you're going to introduce some of your team.
Yes. I'm sorry, where are we?
We are at Resolution 2023.
Oh, I'm sorry. Luann and Natasha, please come forward.
Thank you for adopting the resolution acknowledging November as Family and School Partnerships and Education Month. Since 2012, Colorado has designated a month celebrating the importance of family, school, and community partnerships. The Colorado Department of Education, in collaboration with the State Advisory Council for Parent Involvement in Education, hosted a celebration at the Denver Zoo last week where members of the collaborative were in attendance to hear Governor Polis read the state proclamation. The D11 FSCP Collaborative is made up of members from across the district who engage families, District 11 students, and community partners who provide services to District 11 families. Together, we are striving to reach out to representatives of all families to learn about barriers that hinder meaningful family engagement efforts. Through the listening tours that occurred last school year, we heard from parents who voiced concerns that fit into 8 specific areas outlined in the summary report we discussed with you during a recent work session. Some of the concerns were around translation for ELL families, transition information when students are moving from one level to another, transportation to access special programs, and wishing to be involved in their child's school but not aware of how to become engaged. Research indicates that family, school, and community partnerships lead to improved students' attendance, higher graduation rates, and a deeper sense of belonging. Through the efforts of the FSCP Collaborative, we hope to support the establishment of common best practices for family engagement, which will support positive academic success and a welcoming, inclusive environment for all families so that D11 schools are their schools, a place where they belong. Want to introduce you to Natasha Davis. She's the Family Engagement Coordinator, and of course you know Velvet Stepanek. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for representing the district at the Denver event that you talked about at the Denver Zoo with Governor Polis. Any thoughts or comments on this? Director Nelson.
Before you sit down, I remember when you presented to us, we asked you what you needed and you said funding. Have we followed up on that, or do we still need to? Okay. I don't know how to make that happen, but I would like to understand what you need specifically.
Love to talk to you about that.
Okay, so I don't know if that's you go through Superintendent Gall, or if I set up a meeting with you, we can figure that out
We'll make
later.
sure we highlight it as an initial budget build item.
Okay.
On what the follow-up was from, if you can share with me the original conversation.
Sure.
And then we'll make sure we highlight that in this year's budget build.
Okay. Or are you wanting it sooner than next year?
Well,
Go for it.
The ask was for the
Restorative.
facilitators
Restorative justice.
who could use the, do the listening circles.
Yeah.
And if we're going to support schools this year to offer listening circles, we need to be able to fund those facilitators because it's after the school day usually.
So I'm thinking that it may be as you come with what that dollar amount might look like, and depending, it might fall under a
It can certainly
contingency
fall under
transfer
contingency, so
from the superintendent
put a
and not me,
contingency
so.
request in for me on that for the remainder of the school year, and then we'll build that into next year's budget.
Okay.
And do go through the standard prioritization for the board to approve.
Sounds great. Awesome.
Thank you, Director
Thanks for
Nelson.
asking.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment too. Oh, you can sit down.
No.
Sorry, this is in general. This is near and dear to my heart. This is a big part of why I ran for the board. I want families to be involved in their children's education, and that it's a partnership that we have with our D11 staff, teachers, with our parents and family members. And, you know, when I think about last week's continuous improvement presentation that we had, it was very just very sad, but good for us to recognize we have work to do because parent-teacher trust ranked one of the lowest on our 5E survey. So we certainly have work to do here, and I think we can also see that in our declining enrollment over the years. That shows it too. Parents, we want to ensure that children are getting the best education that parents desire here in District 11, and so we have some work to do, but I think we're headed in the right direction, and I'm excited about where we're going, and I hope that we can foster a culture in D11 that our staff understand that, parents are entrusting their most precious things to us. I don't know what the word would be, not things, but, and that we honor that, and that we can be communicating that we want to partner with parents. And so that's what I am looking for as we go forward as a board, to how to build that culture within D11, that we are honoring your wishes, parents, and want to partner with you. So thanks.
Thank you. Director Jorgensen.
Yeah, just a quick moment of gratitude to the volunteers that serve on not just one committee or subcommittee, but serve on numerous ones. And, people talk about how much work you do as a board member, and it's more than I think we all thought before we ran. But there are people that are volunteering that do way more hours than we as board members do, that weren't elected but that are still there as board members come and go. And these volunteers, this is just a moment for us to celebrate you in this month and say thank you, in this month of gratitude to say thank you for serving, and Luann, your department of everybody that you guys organize for people who go, how do I get involved? Talk to this wonderful woman right here in her last year here, but talk to her, and her and her team will get you set up and where to get plugged in and to volunteer and help us out in our district. So thank you very much for all you do, and this resolution is just one small token of all that all the volunteers that are watching and help out in our schools do. So thank you so much.
Well said. Director Daniels.
Thank you. I too wanted to acknowledge Ms. DeCleva for all of her support. I mean, I've been in this district for 20 years plus, and I've always known where to go to volunteer. And there is nothing that cures the ills like volunteering. If you have any, we all have different pockets of it, upset, concerns, whatever. Get involved. It'll settle it. Get involved in multiple places. It'll settle it. Get involved for years. It'll settle it. I've never seen any family that has been with us, and I do mean multiple kids. Like they start, and before you know it, oh, congratulations, they're having another, and they're having and they stay with us. And they do different schools, and it's amazing. I've never heard anything from those parents that were, how do you say it? Once they got involved, there was nothing divisive. I just highly encourage for those who are not, get involved. Our department has been there for any direction you would like to take. And if there's ever some upset, there are places for that as well. But I have seen volunteering cure it all, settles it. So thank you for that. Thank you for always having a place for us to land. And even when I didn't know anything, I knew that department existed. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Director Daniels, and I echo Director Daniels' message, get involved. Director Ott.
Thank you. I appreciate that D11 engages and with this partnership is looking to address some of the barriers that do exist for getting involved, like the translators and things like that. So very much appreciate that. And just another reminder, especially as you're up here, Velvet, DAC, SAC, you can sit in on the DAC meetings even if you're not a member. And school accountability committees can use PTA, absolutely, because PTA is all about this partnership and family engagement too, right? So many ways to be involved. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Get involved. Again, another message of affirmation. Director Nelson.
I forgot, I wanted to mention also briefly that I was speaking with a staff member in the audience before the meeting started. She's a reading interventionist and just shared how difficult it is to get some of her students to read at home. And so it goes both ways, that we want the district to partner with our families, but we're asking families, please step up and help support your children with their academics. I mean, it's said in the resolutions that studies show that students see a higher level of academic performance when you're involved. So maybe that is something that we can think about as a district of how do we market that? That's gonna help raise academic achievement. How do we communicate out to our families the importance of them being involved in the students' education as well as what we're doing, so.
Thank you.
Food for thought.
Thank you. So I will also end with this. Family-school partnership is such a critical component, and it's appropriate that we are recognizing our educators in the previous resolution, and the other component is the family-school partnership. It goes hand in hand to get the best possible outcome for our students. And it's such a critical component that we called it out specifically in our major improvement strategies with action steps in our district improvement plan. So this year, especially when I visit schools, there is a thirst in our community to return to our schools. And after the past couple of years of social distancing, there is a thirst to return to our schools and partnership with us. So I'm glad that we are doing that. And I saw that yesterday at Steele Elementary, where you have engaged parents, and when you have engaged parents, how it helps improve student outcomes. So thank you. With that, roll call, please, Marcella.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Director Jorgensen already voted.
Voted aye.
Yeah.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The resolution has been adopted. Moving on to non-action items. The first non-action item is the school improvement plans. And we have two school improvement plans today. One is going to be Swigert Middle School, and then we have West Middle School. This is new item, Superintendent Gall. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yeah, great. We'll go straight to Sherry and Jim here for Swigert. Just again, acknowledging all the hard work of both the board and particularly for the accreditation committee. Velvet, if you could pass on my thanks to their ability to be able to adjust and adapt to an ever-changing schedule. We say this every time. We have 17 schools that we're working priority improvement and or turnaround initiatives on. That is nearly 50% of our schools. And so the embodiment of all of our community and particularly our committee members to refocus their schedules to be able to put attention on this is the body of work for the district. So over to you, Sherry.
Thank you and good evening. Happy to be here to introduce Principal Jim Nason for the Swigert Middle School. A couple of pieces that I want to draw your attention to that I'm excited that you'll hear from Principal Nason about this evening. The first one is Swigert's use of their STAR test results and their progress monitoring results to drive some very specific and new intervention work that we believe will pay big benefits for Swigert students. And then I believe that Jim will also speak briefly about some work that we actually just did earlier this week as part of a one-plan review with a district team leaning in to better support his math teachers with planning specific to our new math curriculum. We believe that we can provide them some better supports that will result in better results for students. So with that, Principal Nason.
Thank you, Sherry. My name is Jim Nason. I'm the principal at Swigert. And I am not real happy to be here tonight for the reason that we're in priority improvement. But I have been here before and gotten out of this mess, so we're ready for it. We are part of the southeast quadrant of the district. Our mission, or what we want to talk about, is as scholars, parents, teachers, we work collaboratively to develop our scholars with high academic and social expectations that create respectful and productive members of society. And we just heard from Luann DeCleve, as we work together, we work with parents, with community. Everyone is involved in the education of our students. Here's a bit of our data story. Our 5E data The last year, we took a significant drop, and I have some bullets there why, but we did identify, we spent some time looking at that data and went through a lot of COVID things, a lot of stuff that we weren't doing that we needed to, and it's something we addressed in one of our MISs for this year. We talk about our state achievement, and 2018, 2019 is when we got off the clock. We moved from priority improvement to performance. Sorry about that. A lot of hard work was behind that. We were able to keep that for the first year of COVID. The second year, 2021, you can see where we took a dip, pretty much reflected again this year in our English language arts. Nothing we didn't expect, but we didn't hope for it. We talk about our MGP, our median growth percentile, and the state wants us to be at 50. The year we came out of priority improvement, moved to performance, we were at a 54 MGP. The first year of COVID that counted, again in testing, we moved down to a 38. Last year we had incremental, went up 1 percentile to the 39th percentile. Our state achievement in math, again in the year that we went into performance, you can see how we were a big chunk of green, our orange, yellow, and red. The next year into COVID, a significant increase in red, drops across the board. Last year we did decrease our red, increased our yellow, and our yellow, and then our orange and greens pretty much stayed the same. What we do look at though is our median growth percentile. When we came off of turnaround or priority improvement, we were at a 61, dropped to 39 the first year of the count, but last year we moved up 11 points to the 50th percentile. Really was 49.5, but I cheated and made it a 50. So we'll take that. But again, we noticed there was area of improvement. If you look at our SPF, and I really don't like these because they're always fun to look at, but we scored at a 38.3. To get to that 42, we need to have an increase of 3.7%. That would get us up into the improvement, but we are just not shooting for improvement. We want higher. We look at what is our priority performance challenge. Our kids aren't achieving. They're not meeting state expectations for growth in math and language arts. It's very simple. We need to do better. Our performance challenge, our first MIS, our first improvement strategy is around best first instruction. We all know that if we have quality best first instruction, we have less intervention or remediation. I had a mentor a long time ago that said if you have more than 15% intervention or remediation, you don't have a remediation problem, you have an instruction problem. So we've identified that. We are focused on instruction this year across the board with new curriculum and the support that I'll talk about in a minute. Our second priority performance, and we talked about parent-teacher or parent trust, we had teacher-to-teacher trust, but what we call it was staff-to-staff. Over COVID, we had a lot of things that happened to us. As a staff, we came back this year and said, COVID's done. We're not gonna use COVID as a crutch, we're not gonna use an excuse. It's there. It is something we'll deal with, but we cannot keep saying COVID is interacting. So what we did is identified that that's the second area that we'll work on. We build that staff-to-staff, teacher-to-teacher, school-to-school trust. It's evident to kids, and kids see that, and it makes the environment a much more positive working environment. So how do we do this? Well, here's our plan. We will focus and are focusing on best first instruction this year. The quality best first instruction has the greatest potential to eliminate the gaps that we have and to build on achievement. We focus on growth at our school. We want to grow our kids, all of our kids, and with growth we will begin to see achievement. When our school learns and implements quality and consistent best first instruction with clearly defined and communicated expectations for quantity and quality, not just we're going to talk about it, then the identified challenge will be addressed. If we can talk about, if we can implement, and if we can monitor that best first instruction, we'll address that first challenge. The steps that we're taking, we have specific PD, professional development, around BFI. It's coming through the district. There's a Schoology course that we work through within our departments. At the site, content teams work through these. They have discussions around what it looks like. I'm old enough to have been around with Madeline Hunter. And we look at Madeline Hunter, we talk about that. Are we hooking the kids? Are we working? Are we giving them instruction? And are we following up to see how well they're doing? All content teams work either at a vertical level or a horizontal level, where they align to the BFI in the 6 phases. Again, we're talking just good solid practices with their instructional planning. As an administrative team, we aligned our observation tools. Our goal, and I tell you it's a goal, is to be in every classroom every week. We don't reach our goal every week, I'll be honest with you. But what we do is we provide feedback to teachers with a small, digestible, biteable chunk that they can work on over a 2 to 3 week period of time. We have the pre-conference, the post-conference. We give them that area to work on. Then we come back in 2 to 3 weeks and we give them feedback again. We triage our teachers, who needs more support than other teachers. We have a small group at school, 5 members who are currently attending the Kagan training provided by the district. So we are now integrating engagement strategies. Every one of our staff meetings is Kagan. We do Kagan activities. If you've seen grown adults, when you start talking about working together and doing some of those activities, it's, ugh. But now we look forward to that. So we model that, and then we have the expectation to see those at least tried in the classroom. All of our teachers haven't been trained, but we want to see them begin to use even some of the less frightening Kagan strategies. To increase teacher-to-teacher trust, and really that is staff-to-staff trust, we identified this as staff-to-staff, not just teacher-to-teacher. And what we looked at, and we looked at our 5Es and talked about as staff, is we had a high level of teacher burnout. It was evident by teachers who left last year. A lack of planning for how to cover those classes. We all as principals, how do we cover classes? Teachers on COVID, teachers out with caring for COVID people. So it just burned our staff out. A lack of substitutes. Our professional development hadn't been focused over the past 2 years because of COVID, and I said we wouldn't use it, but we're just kind of going back on that. A cohesive curriculum and inconsistent professionalism. We were reflective enough to look and say that we weren't being professional as a staff. And I'll say we as all of us. We decided we had to address that. So our action step on that was we defined and communicated clear expectations of what it was to be professional in the building. We went through the CKH model. We created a social contract, and we signed that contract. And we call each other out on that contract, whether it's the custodian calling me out or me calling out a teacher. It's not done in a non-professional manner. It's not done in a public manner. It's, hey, that's not how we act. So we talked about that to build that climate and that culture. So how do we deliver this? We took the STAR testing that we have with our new Renaissance platform. We gave our first test, and we wanted to use this as a benchmark. We benchmark our kids every 2 weeks in reading and math. And when we will probably go to 3 weeks towards the end of November, beginning of December, so we don't have test burnout for our kids. And if you look at our first 2 week window, and I turned this in before I could get the third one in, we look at our average scaled score. It went up 11. Our grade equivalency went up 0.4, and our percentile ranking went up 4. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you tear the data apart, it gives us some very good information. We had kids who grew 30, 40, 50, 60 points. That could be expected. We had kids who grew 200 points, 300 points. Those are the conversations I had. What did you do on the first test? I punch buttons. So we talk about, I need a better way to look at how well you're doing, so take it seriously. We also had kids who dropped 200, 300 points. That's the conversation about the current head injury that they had. They don't. They just didn't try. And so we have conversations. But we talk to them and let them know we're watching, we're keeping an eye on you. So in math, we had some small growth. What we're doing in math is we are connecting with the district facilitators. We have a new math curriculum. Some of our teachers are barely hanging on like this. So we work with Phil and Paul Bungie. We're doing some planning and pacing around the lessons, adjusting what that kind of the pacing is so that teachers are comfortable, but we're still covering that necessary material prior to CMAS. We're using the assessments built within the program to identify the skills needed. That's the equip section. What do our kids need to move on to Module 1, Lesson 1? So we look at the equip. The adds tickets and quizzes to do our assessment, our common formative assessments. We're using Dreambox, which is our kind of a tier 2 for additional support. How to better align the pathway with identified skills. We developed a better understanding of the data reports. I sent it out today to staff and get all sorts of emails back about what's going on with that. In STAR, we identified an area that we can use that shows us an instructional plan for kids. What's the area that they need to work on? Within the program, they had Nearpod, which is something that we have access to on a very limited. So we used our Empower funds to purchase the premium version. That provides a plethora of lessons that can be used not only in your math class as a necessary tool to build some of those skills, the foundational skills that are missing, but we can also use it in our advisory class for kids that have identified specific skills that they're weak on that they can work on in that advisory period. In reading, and this is the scores we have for reading, again, you see one up 11, a 0.2, a 1, a 0.5, the same thing. The second, third time we see kids with 100, 200, 300, it's letting kids know that this is something we're going to be using to identify areas of weakness that we can work on. In literacy, we're working with a facilitator to provide additional support. Again, using those STAR reports that we can now work in the ELA classes and in our advisory class. We have specific days for math, specific days for reading in our advisory class. We created reading intervention programs. One of the things that we're really looking for is a reading intervention. I'm working with Sherry and others about looking, Dreambox has a reading version, looking at trying to do a short cycle pilot on this to see how that works. What we did see and are seeing is we see a lot of kids coming in with very low reading skills. We're talking phonemic awareness and phonics. That's something we're not accustomed to at middle school. Teaching kids to read is not a middle school thing that teachers do. So we're working with the district to find some ways that we can identify. Reached out to Renaissance. There are some programs in there that we can look at, but we're still at the very beginning of that as we identify kids. We're working with the district assessment team to look at some of the performance matters that's available to build some short cycle assessments, the common formative assessments that we can then analyze to see how well kids are doing. One thing that I want to mention is as a principal, you don't like having meetings and you're getting everybody and their brother coming in. This week we had a meeting with Sherry. It was our one-pan review. It was the second one that we did. We did the first one that was a general, and this one was for priority improvement and turnaround schools. That was one of the most beneficial meetings that I've had. We were able to sit down and truly identify what we needed as a site. We had outside vendors, I believe that, and some lady that was over somewhere where it was dark, but it was fun to talk with them, and they listened to us. So we are now, starting yesterday and then today, identifying some very specific areas of Eureka Squared that we need support on. I polled my math teachers, give me the 5 top things. And most came back and said, I don't have 5, I have 3. So I compile these, I will work with Sherry, we'll send it to that team. They're gonna provide us additional support, supplemental to what Paul and Phil and the district are providing, but they're spread thin. So we can do this. We have a plan in place. We are addressing that plan. We are modifying that plan, changing it as we go. We know that the hard work will pay off in the spring. So that is enough out of me. Any questions that you guys may have for me?
So thank you for being here. And I know, like you prefaced it, that you would not like to be here, and we don't want to be in this situation either from our side of the dais out here. These are some of the most difficult and challenging conversations to have with principals. Before I turn it over to the board for questions, do you have any of your staff member in the audience out here? I see somebody standing up there. I don't know if they are your staff members.
They're.
Okay.
I take this one.
Okay. Thank you. And the feedback that the board is providing you, it's in the spirit of constructive feedback that we can provide. And we want to ensure that you are equipped with the resources that you need, and the students are set up for success, and your staff are set up for success. So some of these difficult conversations, I hope we can take it as in that spirit. With that, Director Bankus.
I'm glad to hear that you're addressing the phonemic awareness, the very basics of learning how to read, and looking for the resources that are going to provide that. And you're absolutely right. My experiences, both in elementary and in middle school, is you're right. Once you get to the middle school, they're expected to have some of that, and so it's moving on. So to have to backtrack, and then looking at your schedule and finding that that's not going to take them away from their regular instructional pieces, because they also need to have that. If we back people up and just start with the remedial, then they'll never catch up.
Right.
So there's a blend, and you understand that. You have a plan. It's a great plan, I think. And so when I look at your math, the bump in your math scores, do you attribute that to the Dream Box? Do you attribute that to, what do you attribute that to?
I wish I knew what it was, because then I could bottle it and sell it and be rich.
Yeah.
I think it was us focusing more on math, and I'm a math teacher from the beginning. Math is so much easier than language arts, I think. Language arts, just my wife's language arts, and they're all just unique. But I think math is just easier to focus on because it is sequential, and it builds on top of each other, and you get those skills. So I think it was the work that we did in math that just proved that it was the positive and the right way to go. And it's very similar to what we're doing this year as well. Language arts is always just kind of that beast. Yep.
Spoken like a math teacher.
Thank you. Director Jorgensen.
Thank you. I was actually planning on talking about this slide, so whoever had it there, I appreciate it. So
You can thank Marcella.
Thank you, Marcel. I do want to commend your staff. I mean, that took a lot of guts and transparency to come up with some of these. These are nice ways of putting that. They do all the work and I don't do anything, or they're hot-headed some days and I can't stand it. And this is a really nice way of putting that. But for your staff to see that and develop it, I think that's very commendable. And then for you to have that as a leader and to take that to heart of going, okay, we got some work to do here, as the leader of the building and the staff as the leaders of the children, youth, you got your hands full with this 5E piece at least. So thank you for putting it out there, and again to the transparency of your staff. I think that's a big lift for you as part of one of your mission pieces there, and everything else should hopefully fall in line from there. So no question, but just a comment of optimism and leadership for you. So.
Thank you. We do use, there's mini 5E surveys that we give every few weeks, and we do them at staff meetings. And some of the areas that we've seen that we identified kind of why we thought they were, we are seeing increases in there.
Great.
So
good to hear.
thank you.
So thank you again, and I'm coming to you, Director Nelson. Could you give us a little bit background on how long you've been at Swigert? And I think you said you were there pre-COVID, and you saw the school dip like this, and you got them out. Could you give us some context on that?
I've been there, this is my 11th year. I got here when we were turnaround, I think. We bumped up like a point to get into priority improvement and then plunged significantly into turnaround again. Focused on what we needed to focus on, what was solid instruction, data analysis, holding everybody accountable, and we watched our scores start to go up. And then the year 2019-20 is when we moved into performance, which was the first time I think the school's ever been in performance. And it's not me, it's the teachers and the hard work that they do. But it was the first time that school, in the multiple iterations that it has been, moved into performance. And I just credit the teachers for the hard work that they did. And then lovely COVID came and punched us in the gut. And so we were able to keep performance for another year, but it really didn't count on the clock. And so we're back where we are. It's not I've been up here many times in this position. And so it's not a place that I'm unfamiliar with. It's not a place I really enjoy, but we do know what the work has to be done. And we had so many things that changed through the 5Es, through our MIS2 or MIS1, that we're addressing as we go. We're getting significant support from the district across everything. So we're positive.
Thank you. So thank you for providing that context. So you're not new to this rodeo, so you've been there.
I just want to jump in just to follow that line of questioning. Not all schools slid backwards during COVID, so I'd like to hear you specifically comment on the issue at Swigert as compared to many other schools with very similar demographics and very similar circumstances that were actually stabilizing or finding immediate growth in this first year out, and you're seeing a precipitous decline.
So I think part of where we dropped significantly, and not to find on excuses, is when we went to online, we didn't have a lot of access to kids. We didn't have a lot of bringing them back in. And when we came back in last year, we gave kids a lot of grace. and too much. And so we didn't have I guess the easiest word is behavior in place. So we were fighting a behavior issue, we were fighting a instructional issue, fighting several issues and fires at the same time. And that first year where we dropped significantly, I really don't know. We saw some growth, but what we identified as a staff was we needed to put what we had in place, which were a small set of rules that we held all kids accountable to, held parents accountable to, held staff accountable to. And that's where we focused on this year, was we went back to what we did to get where we were. And as I said in the beginning, not that COVID's over, but COVID's over. And so now we focused on that. When we look at our MGP in math, when we see the large dip, and then we went back up to 50, it was like, well, okay, that paid off dividends. Now it's just focusing on that language art, excuse me, that language arts side, and continue with the math side.
Yep. Director Nelson.
Jump in anytime. We talk a lot about reading at K through 3 and how important it is to establish that. But I've had side conversations with Ms. Acevedo about what are we doing for the middle and high school students that are at a 4th grade reading level. You know, that is real. And so I'm glad to see what you are coming up with. And I take it that the ELA facilitator is through central admin. That's support? Okay.
Yes.
And I guess just let us know what more we can do to help with getting those kids caught up. So that's a real struggle for sure. I wanted to also ask, if I remember right, was it last spring that you were here presenting with your assistant principal, who's now the principal at Sabin,
Yep.
and I am
Yes.
blanking on his name.
Dan
Carriger.
Carriger.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you. About your behavior program.
Yes.
So just really quickly, could you update us on how you're still doing it? How's it going? How are
Oh,
behavior issues?
We have positions posted, nothing filled. The applicant pool is non-existent. So we don't have that up and running. I am
So when
trying-
you lost Dan, you haven't been able to fill that spot. Is that what has happened?
We lost the, I have the FTE funded through ESSER funding and another grant. Those positions are posted, we just don't have people applying for them, so I can't fill them. We were short one 7th grade math teacher, so I had to pull the math teacher from that program to take the 7th grade math. Ideally, the program really gets going in January because you start to see how things, so we're hoping, and they're still posted, that we can fill them. We are thinking how we can address some of those issues without the program like we did in the past, but it really is, it's a manpower, person power. There are just no applicants out there that are applying for the job. I have my 7th grade language arts teacher is teaching 2 classes at the same time. We're short one 7th grade and one 8th grade. They've graciously taken them, and we're supporting supporting them, but they're doing double duty because we just cannot find teachers.
When you say 2 classes at the same time, you have like 60 kids in a class?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
That's not gonna help the reading
No.
levels.
And that's where we pull out and we provide support, but we've had positions posted and there just isn't any applicants.
Okay, people, come apply at Swagger.
We are, and it's not just us, we hear it all around.
Yeah.
And as somebody mentioned, the pipeline is very, very small and there's not a lot of volume coming through it.
So you have how many vacancies right now?
Right now, I have 2 FTE in language arts. I have the 3 would be interventionists that we call them for the Swagger Success Academy, and a couple of 2 ESP positions.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
But I do have a behavior interventionist, so she is working with our kids. So it has been very beneficial for that. But it truly is with not having that area to bring kids who are really having issues. It'll start to ramp up here.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we
Okay.
still post them and hope.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for the update and let us know how we can support.
Let's clone some teachers.
Yeah.
So I do want to jump in on the Success Academy. I had the same feeling just this week. Last year when I was reviewing board meetings in preparation for the conversation with the board, I saw Jim and Daniel come forward, and Daniel was being announced also as the new principal for Sabin. and it was the success of the Success Academy. And so in the work with many of our schools in trying to find the right placement and opportunity for kids, we had a middle school student that I said, oh, this is the perfect fit for the Success Academy. And then sure enough, I called Daniel and said, hey, can you give me the brief? What was that about? And he gave me the whole thing. And he says, but you know that Jim wasn't able to staff that position yet this year. So that's on us. We have to be able to find the way to solve staffing problems for critical programs. Just in the creative way that Chris Odom and Judy came forward on speech pathology for critical things like having MTSS programs that are changing the direction of kids' lives in middle school. We cannot do that in every middle school. We'll never be able to staff it. But being able to make an administrative placement for a specific child in great need has to be something that we deliver on. So we'll take that and we'll work with Jim, I'll work with Sherry. We will come up with a solution, and we'll say here now that our goal is to have that program open at Swigert by the first of the year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you done, Director Nelson? Director Luma?
Yeah, I don't think it's addressed solely to you. This what I'm seeing. Although you started there when I was on the board last time.
I think so.
Wow. No wonder I recognize you. You're a little older looking, though.
I'm a lot older looking now. A lot older looking.
But what I noticed in most of these presentations, that teacher to teacher mistrust. I don't think there was one of these done that wasn't addressed or brought up as this is one of our problems. And so that I just wanted to bring that up. I'm sure I'm not the only one who recognized that it seems like teacher to teacher trust is an ongoing problem across the entire district. So I just wanted to make sure that was just looked at it. You're doing a yeoman's job. I know I'm right by the Swigert area, right down the street. I go drive by there every day, and I know the community you serve. We both know it, and so it's a tough one, but it's a rewarding one.
Oh, yes.
And so I'm rooting for you.
I appreciate that. I just would point out, while it comes as teacher, we identify it as staff to staff. It's top to bottom. And so
Okay.
when we
So
look.
okay.
It's just the title that was in the survey was teacher to teacher.
I see.
We pull out
You
of that.
broadened it a little more.
Yeah, we pull out of that during our first staff meeting, that it wasn't just, it was staff to staff. And that's when we identified, as Director Jurgensen said, identified those areas.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Art?
Thank you. I would note too, with the teacher to teacher trust thing, we have, of course, sort of a confirmation bias going on here because we're seeing some of the most challenged schools. And so to say that it's across the district, I would say we're not looking necessarily at all the schools that are doing well and that don't have that problem. So there's that. And having visited Swigert recently, I appreciate Director Nelson's comments about the Success Academy because we talked about that. And we talked about, the impact it could have on behavior. But speaking of teacher to teacher, I appreciated seeing something that I'm not really quite seeing called out here, which was your what I need time with the students. And the staff comes together regularly, essentially, to meet about specific children and their needs, students, and address what they think they can be better and how the student can set goals. And so I don't know if you want to address that at all, since it's not just like yanked out here and addressed, but there are so many things that we're not seeing, of course, in the UIP that I think you could highlight just briefly.
Just briefly, it's the EWI process, early warning indicators. And so in order to move a kid to the Swigert Success Academy, it wasn't just, I don't like you, you're not doing what you're doing, go away. It was you had to have a data track, a profile, be able to see that. So we started off 2 years ago with a very large spreadsheet where we looked at grades, attendance, and behavior. We call them ABCs, attendance, behavior, and coursework. And teachers identified kids, but they had to support why they were identifying them, why they were running out of tricks or things in their backpack to support that child. And so then we came together as a team, as a grade level team, identified interventions, put interventions in place, monitor them for 2 or 3 weeks. One person is assigned to champion. I work with 7th grade. I have 3 boys that I work with on a weekly basis. I meet with them once a week to talk about attendance, behavior, coursework, and how they're doing, and then build them little rewards, candy, things like that. But we monitor them, and last year, if they were not being successful, we brought them in, brought parents in, and then made the move to the Success Academy. So it wasn't, you know, I'll use you, Mr. Lomer, I'm gonna take your son, he's not doing well, we're gonna put him in this. So like, what do you mean you're doing that? It was, we had a wealth of data, both quantitative and qualitative, that indicated that current setting was not conducive for learning for that child. So then we moved them in with the opportunity to come back out at some point. So that's how that whole process works. But it's every grade level does it. We do it twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesdays are usually new kids, Thursdays are follow-up, and everything's documented in Power School, so that it rolls up with the kids, very briefly.
Thank you. And my apologies, it is, yeah, early warning intervention, EWI, not WIN, all of these acronyms. So, thank you, that was excellent.
Director Daniels.
Thank you. I know you've been with us for a while, but it was always at Swaggart?
Yes.
I thought you had moved and then came back or something like that. Maybe I'm missing it. But first, do we offer teacher-to-teacher like support? Do we have any of those supports coming in to hold you up and help with the foundation? You know what I mean? Like, are we providing all of those surrounded supports with the TOSAs and all of that for you guys?
Yeah, yes, there's supports there, and we reach out for those. I work with Sherry, I work with the facilitators, like Phil and Paul, Janetta Knight, who comes in and works with us, with the Empower team works with us. And when we ask, we receive. I understand, you know, Phil and Paul are spread thin. That's why I really appreciate on Tuesday when I was able to speak with the other 2 ladies that were going to come in and provide some support. It's virtual, but it'll at least allow us to get some support, people who are very familiar with Eureka Squared and working in very similar schools.
Yeah, thank you. And I know that we talk a lot about supporting the teachers and the trust there. I've also noticed that there are students that don't trust each other. We have a whole lot across the board where the work to help them work together is also a huge component that's missing.
Yep.
I don't know if it's because, again, we have expectations on them, but we don't provide them to have a space to work on some things either. Could be societal, could be home, could be the cafeteria, right?
Yeah.
But there has to also be an understanding that children are not just to be like talked to. There has to be a willingness to understand they're miniature adults who are still working through a complex system of concepts and understanding in order to weave through this. And we tend to be like, well, that's not important, do what I say.
Right.
So I just, and I know it's not just you.
No.
And I just wanted to also acknowledge that we have a lot of expectations for them, but we hardly ever give them anything. And we say we don't want social, emotional. A lot of it has to do with, but are you giving them the support to know? Sometimes they're not off.
Yep.
But we'll make that happen like they're the problem. And they're really not, sometimes.
Yep. We have a children's hospital comes in, works with our 6th graders. They take half the 6th graders first semester, half the 6th graders second semester, and it's a resiliency program. So we start off in 6th grade working with them to build grit and resiliency with kids. Some of the 6th graders then become peer coaches in 7th grade, and then in 8th grade we do web, so that kind of builds some of that ability for kids to talk. In our advisory, we use Second Step curriculum that the district has. It's 1 day a week having those lessons. We have our advisories, they're small groups of 20 kids, so teachers can build that relationship with kids and have those conversations with kids. But you are right. There's a quote one that said, if a kid comes to school and he can't read, we teach him how to read. If he can't come to school and do math, we teach him how to do math. If he comes to school and doesn't know how to behave, we give him consequences. So we need to teach behavior. So we focus on teaching behavior, focus on teaching on expectations, and how to be a better human being. And if you go back, and I have to go back a long way and think about middle school, I can't remember one good thing. I mean, middle school is middle school. But we have kids who are going through all sorts of changes and growing, so we have to take that into account. And again, that's where the Success Academy, where those kids have truly, truly struggled, and we're given a lot of support. We have counseling, and kids use that extensively. We have a Gillem social, I think it's Gillem, the company, a social worker who works with them. So we have the supports there. It's just making sure that we identify and that we work with them. As Superintendent Gall said, sometimes we need a place just to put kids. Expelling a kid is not the best thing to do all the time. We have to figure out what's going on with them, give them that support.
Ken.
Yep.
Thank you. I do have a couple of comments and questions for you, and I will keep this quick. This 5 essentials chart that is in front of us, that is concerning to me. It shows a lot of red and moving in the wrong direction, so I'm glad that you are, addressing some of the issues, underlying issues out here. You're not new to this, as you've said, so one of the things is for you to also self-reflect on what is it that you can do better. So what is it that you, as the leader of that building, 2 or 3 specific things that you can do so that effective leaders that's in the red right now moves in the right direction?
Mm-hmm. I think on our 5 E's, it's really holding each other accountable and holding staff accountable. And by that, I mean we set up our contract and what our expectations were. We, in the past, may have had passing conversations. Now we have more focused conversations. And when necessary, we move up the ladder on how we deal with things. So if you're not taking guidance and you're not taking coaching, it may end up in some type of a write-up. That's not where we want to go, but we can't allow that to happen. Part of it also is us being in classrooms more often and getting into classrooms and making sure that we're observing what's going on. And I think another one that we looked at with parent communication, it's always been a struggle for us, parent involvement. This year we started progress reports every week. We send home a progress report and advisory on Monday, comes back on Tuesday signed. It's part of an advisory grade. So we are making the effort to reach out even more so to talk with parents, to make sure the parents are informed of what's happening at school. Academic-wise, it's reaching out, knowing we can't do everything, so it's reaching out and getting extra support. New teachers that we have a considerable amount of new teachers, making sure that they're taken care of. We reach out to teachers, coaching teachers. We have mentors that are coming in the building to work with teachers, and those new teachers we take more so under our wing. We have 2 BOCES teachers who are going through the alternative licensure program, so we make sure that we're giving them all the support that they need, whether it's the social emotional side or the academic side.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad that you were able to, I appreciate that you were able to share some of those specifics as to what you can do to become an effective leader in that building, and that being in the classrooms, you are the instructional leader, providing that observations and feedback cycle to our teachers is critical component of your role, yours and also the assistant principals that are in your school. Right. So hopefully that happens more frequently so you can provide that support that your teachers are asking. And these you don't need to answer, but I didn't see, one question I do want to ask, because you talked about the engagement on your parent community side. What was the participation like in your parent-teacher conferences that happened a couple of weeks back?
We're, I think, around 60%. I don't know for sure.
Okay. So you have a significant number of parents that are still not coming in and engaging with your teachers to find out where their students are.
So what we do is I set aside Title I funds, and we do conferences in the spring, but we also, teachers will reach out. Those conferences in the spring are very, very specific. They're not with just every kid. I also went into classrooms, and for the Dream Box, kids that are not doing what they need to do, we start having conferences very specific. So if your student is not doing it, not getting the 90 minutes per week, the 3 to 5 lessons that they should have, then we start having that conversation. We take every opportunity when a parent comes in to have a mini parent conference as well.
Okay.
And usually parents coming in during the day are not there for the positive.
Okay. And you are constantly reviewing, I think you mentioned that your one plan and making sure that is all the action steps that are in place are being implemented in a timely fashion.
Yep, we are implementing those. We do go back and review during the plan, the meeting that we had, some of the goals that we were set, where we had to revisit because we didn't know. We set them with Galileo versus STAR, so we make adjustments as we go.
Okay, thank you. Couple of feedback to you, if that's going to help you make a more robust school improvement plan. In the plan that was shared with the board, I did not see anything specifically addressing how you are solving attendance rates. Is that if that is a concern, maybe your plan can flesh out how are you addressing chronic absenteeism. We can talk all about best first instruction, but if the students are not in the classroom, it doesn't matter. So how are you as a school reaching out to the parent community where you have trouble reaching out into the parent community because of the lack of engagement? How are you getting the students into the classroom, one? And then the involved families piece, how do you, maybe get the families back into the schools? So those are the two things that maybe you can flesh out a little bit more in your plans. And
Jim, do you have a community liaison?
Yes, yes, we do. We just hired, we had one English speaking, the Spanish speaking came on about a week ago.
Yep.
And so we do a lot of outreach with families, with the food bank, with the Golding Bank.
Sherry, let's connect Jim with Carol on the work that she did on attendance with our community liaison. That was a real good opportunity for them at Monroe.
Okay. And hopefully you have specific goals set in place for the middle of the school year and the end of the school year. And you talked about the 50% medium growth percentile being a goal. But 50 percentile is just average out there, 50 percentile is not even going to get you the growth that you want. You got to be at 60 or 70% where your kids are. So hopefully you can dream big, and anything else that the board should be aware of as far as supports that you need in place.
Unless you can make teachers appear.
Okay.
We feel very supported.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. Thank you for carry the same message out there. And this applies to West too. I think this is the first year you guys are in this situation, so it's kind of year zero. And it's much easier this year to do the heavy lifting and get out of that state accountability clock. If it continues into next year, you would have to stay 2 continuous years in that clock, and it becomes increasingly difficult, and then state starts intervening and telling you what to do. I hope you understand that urgency of the situation where we need to get out of this thing.
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you for being here. Moving on to the next one, West Middle School.
If Brandon and Shayla come forward. And all of the West team, please move to the front row. Awesome, I love that. Fill them in.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for all of you being here this late in the evening.
I had a whole part of my speech planned to announce them, and now that's ruined. So, good evening. We're here tonight to share West's UIP plan with you. As you know, West is represented by their principal, Dr. Shayla Parker, and a number of the West staff. Currently, West is on turnaround year 0, as President Mel Packham stated. Something to note, though, prior to the school accountability freeze, West had multiple consecutive years of performance on their school performance framework. And so there's every expectation and intention that they will not be on the clock and will return to that status next year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Parker.
Thank you, Board. Superintendent Gall. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the presence of my West family. They're here from every corner of our campus, and I couldn't be prouder of them. I am so honored to have them as part of my team. We also have another special person with us, Maria Baez-Diaz, who is our PTA president. At West, we truly are a family. We truly do take our family community partnerships seriously, and everyone belongs at West. At West, our motto is Best at West. BEST stands for Be Respectful, Everyone Matters, Safety First, and Take Responsibility. So that is what I and we are here to do before you today, to take responsibility for where we are, say our kids deserve better, and own our trajectory forward. I am proud to say that our 5Es data has improved for 3 consecutive years. We've increased one category of organization for improvement every year to now we are moderately organized, and I fully anticipate we will see growth again this year. We routinely use 5Es mini surveys to progress monitor areas that we want to focus on for growth to make sure we are continuing to grow in those areas, and I will share some of that data with you this evening. Last year, our district benchmark was Galileo. You can see some inconsistent performance. We did actually perform better on Galileo for language arts last year than we had the previous 2 years, and better on Galileo last year than we had in math the previous year. This year, we're using STAR data, and one of the things I noticed from one of the previous schools' presentations up here was that you had asked for some disaggregated data looking at our gifted magnet program in comparison to our mainstream program, so I broke out some of that data for you. You can see that our gifted magnet program students consistently perform significantly higher than our mainstream students. And then you can see the composite score overall for each grade level at the beginning of this year in the gray.
Sheila, can you go back a slide and give
Sure.
an end size for some of those numbers?
So those ends are numbers of students on, or percentage of students on pathway.
No, I'm sorry. Like, how many GMP kids do you have in the
Oh,
6th,
okay.
7th, or 8th
Gotcha.
grade comparison to your general population?
Yes, our GMP program is about 25% of our total school population.
And what's your total school population?
100 and, it depends on the day. Today, 167 probably. Yes. And I will address some GMP enrollment strategies also. This is the data that ultimately brings us here today. You can see over the last 3 years, decrease in our performance in language arts on CMAS. 23% of our students who tested met or exceeded expectations on CMAS last year for language arts. Consistent trend in math, which is that 21% of our students met or exceeded expectations on CMAS last year in math. This data also breaks out our gifted magnet program performance to our mainstream performance, the percent of students who met or exceeded growth for CMAS. And I think this is where we especially fall short because achievement follows growth. And if we had made more growth in both, with students in both of our programs, we may not be standing here today. So we are, the mainstream students did grow slightly more than our mainstream students, but none of our students grew to the extent that we would have wanted them to, or that they deserve to. So, we are in turnaround. I'm very confident in our ability to pull out of that in year 0. When I first got to West, the school was in improvement status in 2015. The following year, we were in performance status and maintained performance status until now. So we know what we need to do, and we're doing it. I've heard you talk with other schools about teacher turnover. West is no different. In that manner, I shared with you some data about outgoing and incoming teacher turnover for the last 2 years and unfilled positions as well. There were also some other complicating factors in there, like teachers in highly qualified critical subjects being out for medical reasons for long periods of time and having trouble with finding subs and covering classes. Same story, different school. So that is where we are now. I think we actually hired some amazing talent coming on board with us new this year. So them combined with the folks who are sticking it out with us for the long haul, together we are working to become stronger for our students. I would like to know we are currently minus 2 out of our 3 special education teachers. When you look at our disaggregated data on CMAS, we have historically, even when we were in performance, been not serving those students to the extent that we needed to. And having 1 out of 3 special education teachers in the building, that is one area that causes me significant concern. It also causes me concern because I don't want the 1 teacher I have to burn out and leave. So, West Middle School students are not meeting expectation for growth and achievement in language arts and math. That will change. Our North Star is success for all. West Middle School has a very diverse student population. We have a gifted magnet program, we have a mainstream program. West is a very unique and diverse segment of the Colorado Springs community in and of itself. So that's actually our strength and what brings us together. Major Improvement Strategy 1, we are using the ambitious instructional strategies as defined in the 5 Essentials survey in coordination with the Kagan Cooperative Learning Strategies that you've heard about from other schools, because our lack of instruction was lacking the kind of engagement that would promote student attendance and engagement in learning. And I'll share with you some of what our progress monitoring data on some of this is looking like. Our major action steps: ongoing professional development and instructional coaching and feedback in both ambitious instruction and Kagan engagement strategies. I would like to call out that we too feel very supported by the district in this regard. We are working intensively with Marcy Eichmann, whose picture you saw up on the screen earlier today. She was in my building all day today. Paul Bungie, Phil Hutcherson, Jennifer Chappell, Michael Donnelly. We're incredibly grateful. We are also using those ambitious instructional strategies to support language arts and math across content areas. And we are also using Dreambox extensively. The Dreambox Math helps support Tier 1 instruction. It does not supplement Tier 1 instruction. It helps close gaps in learning so that when students do go into their core math classes, they can access grade level standards more readily. And we are finding actually quite a bit of success with that. My assistant principal, Jared Torres, and I conduct regular learning walks in every classroom. Our baseline at the beginning, we started progress monitoring ambitious instruction at the end of Q1 because at the beginning of Q1 we were focusing more on Kagan. So at the end of Q1, we observed ambitious instructional strategies being used in 63% of our learning walks and have set a goal to observe them in 70% of our learning walks by the end of Q2. And I have listed there for you some examples. There's a much more extensive list of strategies that constitute ambitious instruction as defined by the 5 Essentials. We're also combining those ambitious instructional strategies with Kagan strategies for student collaboration and discourse. Our baseline Kagan implementation at the beginning of the year, it was brand new for everybody. We observed it in 33% of our learning walks, which actually I thought was impressive for right out the gate. Our Q1 goal was to observe it in 40% of our learning walks, and we observed it in 46% of our learning walks. So now we have increased our expectation that teachers use 1 Kagan strategy per lesson to 2 Kagan strategies per lesson in Q2, and are hoping to observe Kagan strategies in 50% of our learning walks. We use the 5 essentials on a quarterly basis to progress monitor implementation. And when we progress monitored the extent to which students are experiencing ambitious instruction in their classrooms by student report, our baseline at the beginning of last year, so last January, we met 18 of the 22 cut points to be considered aligned in ambitious instruction, and at the end of Q1 this year, we met 25 of those cut points. Also, with the Kagan implementation, our quality of student discussion has increased. Last year in January, we met 4 out of 8 cut points, and in October, we met 6 out of 8 cut points. We started using Dreambox last year, but our implementation was inconsistent. This year, we have dramatically increased our consistency in implementation. This chart shows that almost every single one of our students is using Dreambox, and those 2 that aren't were probably new that day that I ran the report. The chart shows green is our students who are on track to meet expectations by CMAS. Blue is students who might be on track, and orange is our students who are not on track. As we have increased in consistency, our percentage of green and blue is consistently going up from week to week. I have another report since then. It went up last week too. So we are seeing student preparedness creep up over time. And in fact, I had a student who actually completed over 100 Dreambox lessons last week. I'm very proud of her. And then you can see down at the bottom, West Middle School, the Dreambox recommendation is 5 lessons a week, and we are exceeding that with an average of 6.7 lessons per student per week. Our next major improvement strategy is improving teacher collaboration. Big thing we're taking on this year is developing interdisciplinary units across content. That has been a challenge at our school in the past because we were a small school and our master schedule did not allow for teachers to have both a grade level plan and a content plan. So we erred on the side of teachers having content plans. This is the first year since I've been there that West Middle School has qualified as a Title I school. So we have Title I funds now, and I am able to pay teachers extra duty pay to meet as grade level teams outside of the school day. And they are doing a fabulous job of, at grade level, developing interdisciplinary units and working together and supporting each other's content across subject areas. Grade level team planning outside of the contract day, grade level development of interdisciplinary units. We also attend, Mr. Torres and I and Ms. Kimani, our dean, attend PLCs on a regular basis, provide teacher coaching and support wherever they need it in terms of making their PLCs as effective as possible. Our professional learning communities, I want to avoid the acronyms. Our professional learning communities set quarterly goals around their own functioning. They use a standard rubric of best practices for a PLC, rate themselves on it every quarter, and then set goals for how to improve as a collaborative team the following quarter. And they're knocking it out of the park there as well. And then another piece that even Mr. Nason spoke to as well, accountability for following staff norms. So we have norms about talking directly to a person with whom you might have conflict, listening to understand. If that doesn't help, they can come to admin and we will support a restorative conversation between staff members who might be having a conflict. And then distinguishing between what's healthy and unhealthy complaining, because we're all stressed and we all need to vent and we all need a trusted person to share our challenging feelings with, but at what point does complaining become toxic? And so we've done some work around that. We've also, just last Tuesday at our Tuesday staff meeting, did a community circle with our staff where we talked about what's hard and how can we work better together to support each other, building that teacher-teacher trust that everyone's been talking about. So, speaking of which, as if on cue, last year our baseline on teacher-teacher trust was we met 4 out of 10 cut points on the 5 essentials, and at the end of first quarter we met 6 out of 10 of those cut points. So we are growing in teacher-teacher trust. Last, family involvement. We hypothesized that trust was weak due to low family involvement in our school overall, and then really we felt we could do a better job of reintegrating students and their families into the school after there's been a student discipline or behavior incident. We used a good portion of our Title I money this year to hire a dean who has worked extensively, Ms. Kimani, to build up restorative practices and our preventative practices and our MTSS practices, all in support of student success. So we're supporting that with professional development and restorative practices. We've trained teachers in how to run restorative circles in their classrooms and asked them to run some sort of community circle, restorative circle once a week. Inclusion of families in restorative practices. By the end of first quarter, 13% of our families had participated in a restorative practice. We have also we're planning family events tied to our interdisciplinary units. So we will be having an end of semester showcase on December 14th at 5 o'clock. That's my plug for anyone who would like to be there. We are growing our PTA and SAC thanks to the enthusiasm of our wonderful parents like Maria, who are eagerly recruiting new members and finding creative ways for people to get involved. I also send out a weekly multilingual newsletter to all of our families. I send it out through SMORE so that then on the receiver's end, they can translate it into any language they need it to. Also, as part of Title I, all of our Title I communication goes out in English and Spanish. We are very fortunate to have Spanish-speaking staff members who can support us with translation as needed because Google's not always perfect. Let's see. Okay, GMP. So our GMP enrollment has declined significantly when you look at the trend line over the last several years. However, this year it's back up from last year, due in large part to the recruiting efforts of our GMP coordinator, Tanya Eilinger, who has been busy scouring data for candidates, who visits schools, follows up with parent phone calls. She works tirelessly. And so I have all the respect in the world for her. This year we're trying to add, leverage parents' word of mouth. You can see the postcard we created. It has a QR code on it that links to a website with information specific. Actually, it links to a survey where we collect their information, their contact information. Then there is a link in the survey where they can go to our website and learn more about our program. And they can sign up for someone to call them for a shadowing day at our school. We have a choice family night coming up the end of November, November 30th. We'll be doing a choice night, and our GMP program staff members will be doing a special presentation at that choice night about our Gifted Magnet program and the benefits of coming to West, and get to build some relationships that way. And together we can.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation. Appreciate all your staff being here too. I think if I remember right, I don't know if she is out here. You have the Counselor of the Year, don't you? Like Sarah Clapham?
She's right here.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Thank you. I think when the board recognized the other 2 counselors, you were not present, so I'm glad that you are getting the due recognition. Thank you for being here. And I think I met with you, Ms. Kimani, last year when you wanted to speak about the equity work and what you guys were doing out there and how you were This was in March or April of last year when I met with you and two or three other teachers when we talked about it.
Yeah.
Director Loma.
I just wanted to commend your staff for staying here and missing all your TV programs to being bored to death with us. So
I
thank
think
you
they're
for
missing sleep.
sticking around.
Director Nelson.
I just wanted to make note of that you did your homework, and you've referenced a couple times that in previous presentations what was asked and everything. So just thank you for doing that extra step. It was noted.
Thank you.
Director Jorgensen.
Yeah, excuse me, wow. You mentioned using the restorative practices, every teacher having the ability to do that. Do you track as a building how many of those you're doing on a week? Is it based on student incidences that pop up? How much time does a typical restorative practice circle take?
Great questions. So we have implemented restorative practices on multiple levels. Sometimes it might be student to student, it might be student to teacher, it might be staff to staff, it might be parent to parent. I don't know that we are tracking all of them. We kind of picked the higher leverage ones that aligned most with what we were trying to accomplish with our one plan. We do have documentation that we put into PowerSchool when we do those, but I don't know that we've pulled a report. When it comes to students, we're having restorative conversations daily. And sometimes in lieu of a consequence, but more frequently in conjunction with a consequence when it's warranted. There is, I'm sure you know, a certain amount of peer conflict in middle school that's normal. And so we use it a lot for those purposes, in which case it's not necessarily a discipline issue, it's teaching them how to problem solve, right? So taking that educational approach to school discipline. We've had, I'd say, a handful of incidents this year, maybe less than a handful, where we had restorative conversations with a teacher and a student. But those end well, which is really nice. The student's able to go back to class, which is ultimately what we want. And then, like I said, we're routinely engaging families in those processes as part of student reentry in particular.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you for that.
And how long does it take? The
Yeah.
answer is it depends.
Yeah, some of them might be just as quick as, hey, you two boys figure this out with, a couple questions, and you're done in 5-10 minutes. Some might be a little bit longer. Makes sense. On the actual slide of your SPF, the turnaround plan, low participation, what was the participation that you were at in this testing that flagged that for you?
That's a great question, and that is a factor. I just didn't want you guys to think I was using it as an excuse, so I didn't put it in there. But it depended on the content area. So in language arts and math, it was around 90%, but then in science, it fell to about 85%. A huge chunk of my 8th grade opted out last year.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you lose a big chunk of your cohort, then you obviously skew your entire data. So
absolutely.
And they're gone now. They're off in high school, but you've got the other groups to raise up. So there you go. That was my 2 main things. So thank you.
You bet.
Can you comment a little bit on the opt-out? What that's a signal of, and how you plan to remedy that for future grades?
So one of the benefits of having Title I money is I was able to hire Ms. Kimani as a dean and also assign her the duties of being the school assessment coordinator instead of me. So, but I am spending this year training her, and so we are really partners in that process. So last year, I think the factor that resulted in so much opt-out was, and this is purely speculation, but the mumblings are, my kid hasn't been in school for 2 years, why bother? Why bother putting him through it? I can empathize as a parent. So this year, though, for opt-out, we will ask parents to come in and meet with either myself or Ms. Kimani to have a conversation about their reasons for it. and before we would give them the opportunity to sign the opt-out form, which we have to do legally.
Yeah, and so I'll obligate to partner with you and all the other schools that we want to make sure that we don't have misplaced protests. So I'm not pro or anti-assessment, but as long as the state is going to measure against this yardstick, every time a family opts out, they're only hurting the very people that are seeking to help them. And if they choose to want to make a statement, then we can rent a bus and drive to Denver and make our protest there to say that CDE can have, and there are a plethora of alternative measurements to get to student success. But as long as the yardstick is this, every time we opt ourselves out, we put ourselves in a position of telling our worst, or potentially telling our worst story, or our least informed story is a better way to say that.
Dr. Bankus.
You had talked about many languages being spoken at your school, and I was wondering if the written materials that are going home, such as report cards or teacher improvement plans or other communications from the teacher to the student, are also written in a language that the parents can understand.
So let me clarify a little bit. We don't speak many languages in my school, but the communication that I send out is able to be translated into many languages. As far as I know, we have parents who speak French and Spanish. So they have the option to translate my weekly newsletter into French or Spanish on their end. Our D11 communication system, Blackboard, The Loop, also has the capacity to translate into Spanish and French. So if teachers are sending communications to parents via email or text, they have that translation capacity.
What about report cards, and should there be a suspension?
So should there be a suspension, we have Spanish speakers. We also have Spanish forms, the Spanish version of the suspension letter that gets sent home. Then we have Spanish speakers in the building who can help with translation when needed.
Report cards?
Report cards, we do not have.
Okay, thank you.
Is that a Power School issue?
I would, yes.
That was my email. Okay. We're tracking that down. I let Mr. McCarron know that this afternoon that was an issue, so he's looking into it for us.
That's awesome.
We've read it from other schools.
Yes. So there you go.
Are you done, Director?
Yes, oh,
Yeah.
thank you, I'm sorry.
Director Daniels.
Thank you. First I wanted to say hi to West team. Some of you I remember from subbing there, and others are new, but I'm glad you're here tonight. And I honestly just wanted to check in with you because I hear something, and I wasn't sure if there was something you're trying
It's
to.
probably nerves.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't.
Yeah,
something.
it's just nerves.
Yeah, something deeper.
And
but even
probably being
nerves.
ready for Thanksgiving break, ready for a day off.
Right, right. And I wanted to acknowledge that because the work is deep and it's a heavy lift for the community and for all of you and everything that you do. And that doesn't even include special ed, right? And everything that goes with that. So I wanted to at least say thank you. I'm kind of in the spirit of wanting to say thank you because it's just overall, this is a big deal of how to come together and support the students who walk in the door. And I've been there, I've seen it. It is not glitz and glam. You are in the trenches and you are doing it every day. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, and I appreciate it, even with that in there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. To Director Loma's comments earlier, thank you all for being here. We know it's late, and you have been waiting a very long time to go home. So my question is short and simple. Attendance, you're addressing attendance issue by making your engagement, just hopefully making things more ambitious and interesting, and you have a dean. So, to encourage attendance. So, is it being effective? I mean,
It
are you
is.
seeing change?
Actually, last year, our average attendance rate was about 83%, and the last time I looked, last week, it was about 89%. So that's a good jump. We still have room to get better, but it's better than it was. What we're doing is making a difference.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Director Loma.
I had one last question I forgot to ask. You said you just became Title I. What percentage are you at?
72%.
And what is the cutoff? I'm not sure if the cutoff.
It's 65 or something like that, 64, something in that range. Does anybody know that answer?
It's got to be higher than that, unless you jumped. Huh?
Do you guys know the cutoff for title funding? Okay.
I'm going to look it up.
Okay, thank you.
It used to be set, well, it was 68 at one time, and then they didn't want to give money to one school, so they jumped it to 71. So I'm just curious what it was, what it is now. I've seen that happen.
They can circle back and find that answer for you, Director Loma.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I don't see any more questions from the board at this point in time. The biggest concern for me when I look at where West was 3 or 4 years back, and you talked about your enrollment right now being 167 students. Just 3 years back, it was at 300, close to 300 students. And so that's a significant drop in the wrong direction over the past 3 years. And I'll share my the feedback that I received from West Middle School about a year and a half back. Significant number of parents reached out to me at that point in time, and what their main concern was the gifted magnet program, the program that was in place according to them, and this is just anecdotal information coming from them, was to a large extent dismantled the way it was at the time, with a lot of the staff being moved out. I don't know all the details or the history behind it. I'm just providing that feedback to you. And with that, you ended up losing a significant amount of those students that decided to walk away from that school. So that enrollment is a significant amount of concern where you were at the previously and where you are at this time. That is my overall takeaway on this. And this slide that you have out there, which is the ambitious instruction, you mentioned that it was observed in 70% of learning walks. If you don't observe that in your classroom, what type of feedback do you provide to your teachers, and are your teachers receptive of that feedback?
The answer is every time we do a learning walk, we provide the teacher with feedback. And we document that feedback.
Okay.
So that we're able to follow up with it the next time we go in the classroom. And yes, our teachers are very receptive to feedback.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. And you are quite often in the classrooms providing that feedback on them. Okay. Thank you. Any further questions or feedback? Thank you. Again, I appreciate all of you guys being there. I'm assuming the whole section out there are West teachers?
That's all us.
Okay, thank you for being here. You guys have to be at school tomorrow morning, so
Yes, we do.
is that your entire staff? I mean, it looks like all your staff are out here. So, okay, thank you guys for being here. We wish the best for you guys. Hopefully you don't have to be here next year in this situation. Okay, moving on. The last item on the board agenda is instructional. Oh, yes. We need to make a motion to move all these schools. Is that what you wanted to remind me, Director? Okay, we need to make a motion to move all these schools to action at a later date. And it's not only these two schools, but the two schools that we discussed in the work session last week. So there are 4 schools. Director Ott, do you want to go ahead and make that motion?
Yes. I move that we table item E2, Unified Improvement Plans for Jack Swigert Aerospace Academy, West Middle School, Audubon Elementary, and Martinez Elementary until the regular board meeting of December 14th, 2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please, Maricela.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Daniels?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Loma?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. So this item is tabled until December 14th. Last item on the board agenda, instructional materials and secondary courses approval. This item is new information. Superintendent Gall.
I'd like to bring up Carol Gates and Tamara Acevedo.
I was wondering if Ms. Gates was here. I didn't see her in the audience, so she must
It
have
is
been.
Sleepless in CNI.
You must have been in your office.
I was getting a lot done. So, good evening. Thanks for having me, and it's our pleasure to come before you for the Fall 22 Curricular Materials and Course Adoption process, which is scheduled once during the fall and once during the spring. The instructional materials summary is to just kind of a quick recap since it's getting late. It is your responsibility to approve new course requests, textbooks, materials, periodicals, newspapers, computer software, content posters. The adoption of new instructional materials originates at a school site based on identified curricular needs. Our process includes a minimum of 1 week public review window prior to non-action board meeting. This window is open now and will remain open until Friday. As we get new submissions, we update a live review folder each day at 4. It is our hope that your ability to see these comments live will help you in your review between non-action and action. For tonight's order, we'll start with courses, move to school site instructional material requests, and end with comment summaries. Site instructional, the course, we have one, and this was from Spark Online Academy for their high school, and they're asking for a new course to be added in visual and communication design. That is reviewed by our arts program. It's also reviewed by any of our technical pieces to make sure that it goes with our standards, and it's an elective course. Julie has provided some great details on that in her request form. Happy to answer more questions about that if you have them. It's fairly straightforward and you read about it, but it's just the one course we have. We don't even have CTE this time. I think it's the first time ever. So Dwayne's doing something right. And then within our instructional materials, we have 8 requests. We have Delta Math, which was SPED intervention support for as-needed basis. Think Again, a nonfiction text focused on building critical thinking and other graduate profile attributes. Murder on the Orient Express, hard to believe it wasn't in our approved process. So somebody caught that and said we probably should put it through, so you see it now. And then we have our CLDE office, culturally, linguistically, and thank you. Diverse education is getting late. So they have 4 items as kind of a package deal, and it's related to students in middle and high school who are newcomers with limited English proficiency, mostly non-English proficiency. The CLDE office piloted the requested materials for 1 year last year with favorable reviews by their ELD teachers and students. These programs would be used as an ELD program with the CLDE teachers. Got a whole lot of alphabets there. Again, for just under about 300 students we have right now in D11 that are newcomers with non-English proficiency. These items they requested are the GO welcome newcomers, so you have middle school, high school, and then the SEL Teen Library with an Oxford picture book dictionary to help. So again, these are going to be used as hard copy components for our ELD teachers. The supports are going to be unique to students who may have had limited formal education experience and may not have previous exposure to the English language. Includes handwriting materials, survival phrases, survival meaning, hey, I'm in a new country and I need to know the language, maybe I can have a help guide really quickly. Images, math skills charts, vocabulary cards, and other academic supports. Cross content to focus on civics and integration, acquisition into the US culture. And the Oxford Dictionary is simply just a resource that comes with that for the teacher's use. The SEL Teen Literacy Library is another component for our newcomers series, and this is an access to have a toolkit for the English vocabulary in order to express their feelings as they're learning the new US system in English language. The CLDE facilitator that we have said that it really is to do that SEL content for non-English proficient as they enter the country. They found these tools were helpful when they piloted as they recently arrive, sometimes under traumatic circumstances for refugee and migrant students. So having them have a language on how to advocate for what they need. Last but not least, we have 1 Spanish novel, The Impatient Sloth, and it's for novice Spanish learners. So, and to wrap it up, we had 13 public reviews submitted so far. We have 8 reviewers that represents, because a few people did more than one piece. All reviews so far has been submitted by in-person reviews. This is the largest number of in-person reviews we've had since I've been here, so that's kind of fun. It's fun to see everybody come in. Love whoever came in and did all the Spanish stuff for us. So great to have our bilingual folks in there. We don't have any online reviews to date. Thank you, Director Nelson, for a couple questions you had. If we do get those on our Microsoft form, we just download them as a spreadsheet, and then we'll put them in that same folder. We just haven't had any put through yet. And then there was an also question I think you had around posting public comments with names. Like any review, we publish, we follow anything. You don't have to put your name on it. Next time I'll put optional on name when I have the hard copy. But what we did do is say anything can be anonymous. They don't have to put their name on it. But however, if there was a concern, we just went in, took the names off. Now that you look at the folder, you won't see those on our scans. And so we have the visual course that's requested. There's 1 comment for that. Delta Math has 1 comment. Think Again has 2 comments. The newcomer series have 2 comments around the middle school, high school, newcomers and welcome newcomers. Oxford Pictionary has 2 comments. Component SEL has 4 comments. And then La Perosa Impaciente, which is our impatient sloth, 1 comment. So we appreciate your time and attention each semester on this process, and happy to take any questions.
And just for the record, Tamara and I have been reviewing every one of the comments. Of particular, there was a comment potentially about 2 men kissing in the picture book. I have taken a picture of it. I have zoomed it in. I swear to you, it is an older grandma leaning in, giving a kiss on a cheek to a young man. But if that wants to be interpreted as 2 men, I just think that there is an old Latino grandma who's very offended by that, if you look at that picture very closely.
Okay. Thank you for that review, Superintendent Gall. Thank you. I appreciate you hanging in here this long. Appreciate that you guys opened up the window for our community to review that material for a longer period of time. Director Bankus.
I haven't had a chance to review other than what I've been reading, and I would really like to get hands-on, and I understand the window is open until Friday.
Yes.
And I find that helpful, and I appreciate that. My question about the visual and performing arts course that's being offered, I'm interested in knowing where to go to look at the standards that put the parameters in place for the appropriateness of what's going to be produced. And if you can direct me, I'll go do my homework before Friday.
Laurie Lee will send through you her review on that so she can show you how she put it under the arts elective.
Okay, I would appreciate that.
No
Thank
problem.
Director Nelson.
Thank you so much for extending the window. I really appreciate it. This just
Very
snuck
easy.
up on me personally.
Totally
so
fine.
Very thankful to have more time. Did you say the Delta Math is, what was the purpose of it, or why is it being brought in?
Delta Math is for secondary special education course needs. They don't know, now, it's not going to be something that they use just because. It's just going to be targeted for IEP students, but because it's going to be specific to intervention, possibly tier 3, we wanted to make sure it was in the system in case someone is at a school, they're new, and they don't know if they can use it.
Okay, so is this meeting a need that we didn't have before to
It
help
is.
those special ed students?
It is.
That's awesome.
Sure.
And then similar question with the ESL, all the new ESL curriculum, are we replacing current curriculum, or is it new and just identified that this was an area we could
My
work on?
understanding is there was a type of thing with Talana Hipke, who was our previous facilitator, and there was a similar one, and Tamara can fix me on this one. This is just an updated version, but it's all new titles and a lot more it's a lot of new content than we had before. A lot of the cards, it was more textbook, workbook.
Oh, okay.
So it's just a nice update from what we have been using.
Is it a different company or a different brand, or is it
I think
just
it might be the
like a
same
newer
company,
version?
new update from the company,
Okay.
but I'd have to ask Nicole Girardin.
That's fine. That's fine. Oh, okay.
Thanks, Tamara.
I believe it's, we had ELD curriculum, so this is very specifically English language development curriculum. We had those resources at the elementary level. We were lacking at the secondary level for our newcomers.
Oh, okay.
So even the component connected to SEL, it's all English language development. Yeah. exactly right. What Carol was talking about, the process that the previous CLDE director went through. Nicole inherited, but it did go through a process. It was piloted, and now our newcomer second language learners will have resources.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. And that will be used, I think I read, just like during the classroom. It's not like the counselor is working with the student. It's
We called her this evening just to triple check that, just to say who will be using this, and she said it is for the CLDE teachers.
Okay. Man, that's awesome. I love it. Good work, guys. I mean, I'm just thinking about that public comment we had earlier about how will equity be continued to be integrated in departments. I think this is a perfect example of we are looking out for individual students' needs and that departments are taking ownership. So thank you for doing that. Just one comment, the public comments now are not viewable for the November 7th one when I click on them. So
okay.
If
Thank
something
you.
changed to update that.
Happy to update that.
Yeah, thank you.
Should have been doing it when I was waiting.
Director Jorgensen.
I got to review the materials yesterday in the office and appreciated flipping through the flip books of, you know, I have no idea what it would be like to come and not know English, but looking through those picture books and, you know, the way that they are presented, I thought they were fascinating. And so I appreciated seeing that. The flashcards, which I use flashcards with my kindergartner, so, you know, those work at all levels of education. And then I particularly, as a nonfiction reader, you know, 2 to 3 books a month of nonfiction just on growing. The Think Again I really loved. So that Doherty lit teacher, he gets some kudos from me. Mikkel, right? Anyway, I think it was Mikkel, if I'm saying that right, or Michael.
Michael, she's the person who did it for Doherty. A lot of times if they need something, our team will just write up the paperwork for them.
Okay, so Michael did it for the Doherty teacher.
Exactly
Anyway,
right.
love seeing that book. I'm all about that growth piece and, you know, can you think and then unthink and, you know, relearn and how well do you really know what you know, right? And so I just love that. So no problems from me on any of this stuff, so thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. I loved adding that Murder on the Orient Express. It was one of my favorite books. Long
we
time.
need this? Really? I thought we had it, but
and
we
then
don't.
Delta Math, I appreciated that you guys provided the password and everything like that. So today I did log on there and looked at all the materials out there. It was just good to review that. So thank you so much.
I do just want to add, for public knowledge, the robust nature of the policy that exists for us to bring curriculum should again dispel this idea of any lack of transparency. The items that we are adding here, these are not curricular changes. These are minor adjustments and additions to, of which most school staffs are able to do without any public comment. So the rigor that is allowed here for the public to have insights into the materials that will be in place of in front of their children is nothing like anything I've seen before. And so some might complain about that, but I know that that was a drive for this board when the policies were updated over the last couple of years, and it's worth noting here.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting that. So board, is it okay to move this to consent? I heard at least Director Bank is saying that she is going to review this material by Friday. If you move it to consent, then I don't. Well, you would have to move it back from consent to action then. Do you want me to leave it as action? So if you have. You would have to move it, but if you have any concerns, I will leave it as action for right now, if that's how the board would want to go. Okay, thank you. So this will move to action,
Thank you.
Marcella. Thank you. Into future agenda items, request for new agenda items from the board. Any future agenda items? I don't see any. I'm going to quickly move on. Calendar review. We have work session on November 16th, and we have a special meeting on November 30th. That would be a special meeting, and so there is a possibility that we may have to have an executive session that day. So we will start the executive session November 30th at 4 p.m., followed by the special meeting. And I will provide you information on it before that time. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved and seconded. Roll call, please, Marcella.
Aye. Director Daniels.
Aye.
Director Jorgensen.
Aye.
Director Loma.
Aye.
Director Malpacum.
Aye.
Director Nelson.
Aye.
Director Ott.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The meeting is officially adjourned at 10:39 p.m.
Yay, before 11 o'clock.
Yes. Go team.
Yeah, it was for my topical part tomorrow.